Hi, everyone. May we request everyone to start settling down? We have an announcement about lunch break, so you wouldn't want to miss that. Okay, let's begin the next set of discussions. So first on the logistics and on the lunch. So we will have that at 1 o'clock, but there will be, the vouchers will be distributed as you're seated in the next couple of minutes. And the lunch will be that you will be proceeding to the cafeteria towards the right side. Yeah, we will direct you to the cafeteria later on. And there you will have choices on what kind of lunch you would like to have, yeah? Good. So, all right. So from now until lunchtime, we shall proceed with the program now. I will have two speakers and a panel discussion. So continuing on with the setting of the scene, earlier we talked about why we need to include the Global South. And next, we will now see more information and data. And I'd like to welcome now Sudhir to share with us a summary of the GFEI impact and trends analysis in the Global South. Sudhir is the, yeah, you can proceed. Sudhir Gota is an independent consultant specializing on environmental issues related to the transport sector. So I'll hand over the floor to Sudhir.
Yeah. When you think of fuel economy improvement in your countries, do you think the glass is half full or half empty? So good morning, everybody. My name is Sudhir Gota, and I'm very fortunate to be here. The reason I say I'm very fortunate is fuel economy work UNEP has been carrying out for the last 13 years. I've been part of this for 2 years, and I could crunch a huge data sets to understand the trends. And we have looked at nearly 30 million vehicles to come up with these trends. So this is, I'm very lucky to be here, to having analyzed those. And I'll try to frame the discussion in glass half full or half empty manner for a simple reason to provoke you slightly. I want to provoke you slightly by using that analogy to see whether the glass is half full or half empty in your countries and how do we fill the glass. Next slide, please. Yeah, if you look at, we have analyzed nearly 70 countries. So we have considered 70 countries in our data sets. We have the fuel economy baselines for 70 countries. These are the low and middle income countries from Global South. But to make a more comprehensive effort, we collected data for nearly 42 countries, which were published by the other GFEI partners, International Energy Agency and the ICCT. So we have combined this data to get a unique perspective on fuel economy in the Global South. So you could not only compare countries, and you could also compare developing countries with the developed countries. My purpose here is to not only present that status comparison, but also to provide some kind of assessment of what 2030 could look like in terms of fuel economy if we go in the direction where we are going, and how much savings can we get? Do we meet the GFEI fuel economy target? I will try to have an answer for that. And how do we fill the glass? Probably after that, the subsequent discussions probably would be more from that particular perspective. Next slide, please. Now, what is the current fuel economy status in the Global South? What is the number? What is the fuel economy value? Currently, in 2019, I have the data till 2019. In 2019, the fuel economy in the Global South was about 7.1 liters of gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers. 7.1 liters per 100 kilometers. In 2005, it was 8.4. So from 8.4, you have reduced to 7.1. This is an annual reduction of about 1.2%. However, when we talk about global south, or we globally, there is a very high diversification of car industry. So the fuel economy values, even among neighbors, could be very different. The average fuel economy value currently globally, if you look at nearly 112 countries, varies from 4.7 liters to about 13 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. So from 4.7 to 13, and your countries should be somewhere in between. The improvement rate, what we got is about 1.2%, but there is a big story behind that number. 1.2% is not continuous. So there is a story behind that number. If you look at the next slide, please. If you look at the regions now, if I have to come up with a slide to provoke you, this is the slide. Now, where I have compared regions, sales weighted regional fuel economy, and I've put it in one particular figure. Now, there is a common perception that developing countries' fleet is probably bad or worse than the developed countries. It may or may not be true. If you look at the GDP per capita, the 0 to 10,000 or 20,000, many of our countries, the fuel economy values are comparable to some of the developed countries also. So there is not much of a differentiation, I would argue. It depends on which countries you are comparing your fleet against. Overall, any general hypothesis which you hear that developing countries have poor fuel economy or then developed countries, that is not true. Second thing is, countries at any economic development stage can acquire fuel efficient fleet. So it is not that you can become rich and then only you will have more fuel efficient fleet. That answer is no. You can have fuel efficient fleet at the lowest GDP per capita. That is there. You can see from this particular figure. Another story which, if you look at the shape of the curves, you will get another story. What is the story? That there is stagnation which is happening in the developed countries. The fuel economy values are getting stagnated. But the developing countries, it is intensifying. I will show this little bit later in a different figure. So what is good? Generally, the hypothesis I've already mentioned, the average fuel economy improvement rate was 1.2%. However, how do we match up with the GFEI target? Currently, from 2005 onwards, the fuel economy should have improved at around 2.7% annually to meet the 4.4 liters of gasoline equivalent for 100 kilometers target. We are far away from that. So probably glass is half empty. Yes, probably true if you look at GFEI target. Next slide. If you look at the improvement rates, now this is a very, very important point. You have heard many times in the academic literature, in the GFEI report, saying that there is a slowdown which is happening on the fuel economy values globally. That is true for developed countries, for high income countries. Fuel economy value have actually stagnated. If you look at the developed countries, high income countries, it has stagnated. The fuel economy improvement potential has decreased. This is before COVID. After COVID, the story will again change. So this is before COVID, 2019. We see that the high income countries, the average improvement was only about 1.2%. But developing countries, the improvement rate is intensifying. So this is the good news. I would say that glass is half full now. Why? Because the improvement rates have getting strengthened or intensifying. So countries are able to improve the fuel economy at a faster rate. Why? Story behind it. So if you look at it, from 0.3% between 2005 to 2010, now it is 2.1%, 1.9%. But if you consider only the 70 countries, it is about 2.1%. So there is the fuel economy improvement is intensifying in the developing countries. Would it keep intensifying in future? Challenging. Why? Because of the drivers. I'll come to that again later. So next slide. Yeah. So high income countries, it is stagnating. In low income countries, it is intensifying. But it is much below the rate what we needed starting 2005 for meeting the 4.4 target. Next slide. Now, When I started this work, many people actually asked me, Sudhir, why are we working in these countries? These countries, the 70 countries what we have in our database, constitute only 10% of the total car sales in the globally. So the amount of impact could be very, very low. So I asked my UNEP colleagues, can we add more uh, bigger countries so that we can have more significant savings? No, they said that no, Sudhir, that the opportunity size is bigger in these particular countries. And I couldn't really understand at that point of time. But this chart actually shows that. What it shows is the car sales in the high income countries is actually stagnant or it is decreasing at an annual rate of minus 0.7%. In the developing countries, the car sales are increasing at 7.1%, minus 0.7% to 7.1%. So there is a shift in the automotive industry from developed economies to developing economies. And this is one of the big reasons why globally the fuel economy values have improved. If you compare US compared to many of the countries here would have better fuel economy values. So if there is a car sales getting stagnated there and it is increasing here, the global value will change. And if you look at this particular figure, it shows that currently the car sales are increasing in countries where the fuel economy values are better. In 2005, 25% of the sales were in countries or where the fuel economy values was about 7 to 8 liters of gasoline. So 7 liters per 100 kilometers, 25% only. 2019, it is 63%. So you can see the change which is happening because of that. Next slide. So what are the drivers? I asked a question when I was starting this presentation saying that can we fill up the glass? Now it depends on the consumers and the countries. It isn't just the countries, the regulations will not matter. For me, it is also the behavior change that would be important. In this particular slide, what you see is the engine displacement now. So for drivers, we are considering engine displacement, curb weight, and power. These are the three drivers which I'm going to emphasize. We have very good data on engine displacement. What it shows is the engine displacement are stagnant, means the vehicles have not really, the engine capacity has not increased significantly in the developing countries. We have about 1,700 centimeter cube or 1.7 liter engine in a global south. This is smaller compared to say US, where you have 2.5 liters engine, or compared to Europe, which is around 1.6 liters, 1.5 to 1.6 liters. So it is comparable to the European fleet, smaller than the US and probably Australian fleet. But what we are seeing is also within the regions, there is a change. In Africa and in Asia, there is a marginal increase in the engine displacement values. And in the Latin America and in Pacific Islands, the engine displacement is reducing. Why? Now, engine displacement is very, very important because as the engine displacement increases, the fuel economy should probably deteriorate until unless other factors doesn't become very critical. So this is again that if the consumers start buying more bigger vehicles with more engine capacity, probably the fuel economy values will deteriorate in future. This is an important threat for us. Next slide. But engine displacement, you get a more pessimistic view when you look at curb weight. And the data is very solid here. It shows that across countries in the global south, cars are becoming heavier. From 1,200 kgs in 2010, it has increased to 1,400 kgs. So 200 kgs of increase has happened. Globally, that number is stable, but in developing countries, it is increasing faster. So this is a big threat. If people keep buying more heavier cars, we will not get that increase. Probably in the morning, I think in the opening remarks, Sheila Watson mentioned that people are buying SUVs now. So if you look at SUV share, 22% in 2005 to 44% now, it has increased. So if people keep buying more powerful cars or more heavier cars, the fuel values, we will see probably next 5 years that fuel economy values are getting stagnated and we are not really making any progress. So this is very, very important. In terms of power also, we generally have underpowered vehicles in our global south. The average power rating is around 98 kilowatts compared to global average of about 124 kilowatts. So we have underpowered vehicles, but again, it is increasing. There is a 40% increase over the last 10 years in the average power of the vehicle. The data is a little bit of lower quality with us in this because we don't have very comprehensive data sets compared to engine displacement. But the trend is very, very clear that power is also increasing of vehicles. So vehicles are becoming powerful. Infrastructure is improving. So consumers are also buying more powerful cars. And this is a big threat. Next slide. So overall, if you see between 2005 to 2019, the sales have increased by nearly 8.7%. Fuel economy has improved by 1.2%. Power has increased by 3.3% annually. Curb weight by 1.3%. Engine displacement is at around the same value. Imagine what could have been the scenario if the power and the weight would not have increased, the kind of impact it could have been. Yes. Next slide. Now, that morning we had a lot of, I think there were 2 questions on vehicle trade, on used LDVs. Actually, I have crunched the data on this. And what I can say is the 70 countries, what we consider, have probably import nearly 9 million passenger cars from 2015 to 2020. So 5 years. If you look at 5-year period, they have imported 9 million passenger cars, used passenger cars from the other region. Who are the predominant exporters? Japan, EU, USA, and Korea. We have data for 4 countries. UNEP has published a very good report 2 years back. Last year also they updated it. You should look into that because it shows you what policies are required. Actually, it makes a very important point. There was also this question of what we can do. Actually, developing countries know what they can do. Why? Nearly 16% of the countries, of the total 70 countries what we have, 16% of the countries have completely banned used vehicle trade. They don't allow used vehicles to enter their countries. 26% of the countries allow used cars, but they put an age restriction of 5 years. Unfortunately, 41% of the countries still allow used cars about 10 years, or they don't put any restriction. So this is very, very important. The good news is nearly 75% or 70% of the vehicles what you are getting are coming either from Japan or European Union, where the fuel economy fuel economy standards have been in place for more than 10 years. So there is a chance that the vehicles what you are getting is already when they entered the system, when the regulations were there. However, the main news is over the last 3 years, hybrid vehicle sales have in the used vehicle was around 6%. So already 6% of the vehicle sales, the used vehicle trade, which is happening in our countries, is about 6%. I'll give you a very good example. Sri Lanka was a good example. Fiji was a good example. Even Mongolia now. 40% of the used vehicles which are coming there are second-hand Prius, Toyota hybrid vehicles. 94% of the hybrid vehicles are coming from single country, from Japan. So if you have your policies in place to allow import of probably more efficient used vehicle, probably you get much higher benefit. So there is a little bit of balance between affordability of cars and about regulations. And I think there is enough wisdom in developing countries to do that. What I am observing is the countries are not sitting idle actually. The regulation landscape is changing very, very fast. So this is something which you can actually do this, and many countries are actually doing this. After COVID, now this is again a big story here. After COVID, the trends are changing fast. Like for example, European Union, they have actually, there is a tremendous increase in electric vehicles sales. But the export would be predominantly the old ICE vehicles. So you could actually strengthen your regulations, and many countries are doing that. I'm not saying that countries are not doing that. Nobody wants to just dump old cars in their country. So countries know that, and the countries are working on it. And there is good experience within countries, the global south, to how to control this. Unfortunately, 50% or 48%, the 38 countries out of 70 countries have what we call as poor or very poor regulations. So glass is probably half empty or half full, depending on how do you look at this particular number. I would actually think that many countries are actually, there is a good story here for many countries to learn from in other countries to see how they can regulate the used cars in a much better manner. Now, next slide. Good news. The good news is, if you look at all the climate new agreements which are coming, the climate policies which the countries are framing, it's actually a good news for fuel economy and for the electric vehicles, for the zero emission vehicles. I see a big increase in the interests of countries. For example, many of the countries, what we considered, have either fuel economy regulation in their fuel economy policy improvement in their nationally determined contribution or in their long-term emission plan. 70% of the countries, out of the 70 countries, 70% of the countries have mentioned electric mobility in their nationally determined contribution. So there is an interest. Globally, it is only 50%, 70% in the countries what we have. So there is a lot of interest in fuel economy and in electric mobility in the countries. There is a consensus that the countries need to prioritize fuel economy and electric mobility. However, on the glass half empty argument, I would say that not many countries have actually improved their regulations or have developed regulatory standards for fuel economy. Still, we have not really raised our bar of what we can do to influence this. So not many examples. One good example is Malaysia. Malaysia, in 2016, Malaysia agreed, 2018, Malaysia agreed on a fuel economy regulation saying that they want to reduce 26% from 2016 to 2025. Last year, they actually said that they want to reach the 2030 fuel economy target of 4.4 liters. So many countries, if you have a target in place, then you can form the policies and you can go towards it. So on the flip side, not many good regulatory standards, what you can see. Next slide. Now, I have looked at the historical version. Now, what is the future? 2030. Can countries in this room, or countries, 70 countries, what we considered, meet the GFEI fuel economy target by 2030? Unfortunately, the answer is, is very difficult. It is very difficult. I will not say that it is no, it is impossible. It is very difficult. Why? Because the annual improvement rate, what you need starting now is 5.8%. And we have improved historically at a very, very low rate, less than 2% or 2.1% over the last 3 or 4 years. To reach this particular, within a short period of time, we have only 8 years to reach the GFEI target. So it is very difficult. But to make an argument that glass is half full, I will argue that there is enough good evidence also, or good examples within the global south. There are some few countries who are going to meet it, who can actually meet it. So like I have written that close to 80% of the countries need an annual improvement above 3%. 20%, the improvement rate is below 3%. So they can actually do that if they intensify their target. So for few countries, it is possible. The argument, what I want to make is, by 2035, at least that is the possibility, or it is still possible technically to do this. 2030 target, it is unfortunately difficult. My individual opinion is that, it is my individual opinion, that it would be difficult for countries to meet that. By 2035, you can catch up if you actually intensify your efforts in improving fuel economy. Next slide. I would argue that fuel economy hypothetically makes an impact which can be measured. So what I did was, I tried to measure what is the impact. So for that, I need something, a scenario which is before fuel economy improvement would have happened. So what I did was I took 2010 because GFEI was implemented in 2010. What I did was I freeze the baselines from 2005 to 2010 and I continued that baseline. And after that, 2010 to 2019, whatever the improvement rates have continued. So if you consider the pre-GFEI scenario, that is 2005 to 2010, if you continue that growth till 2030, you'll make a 10% improvement, only a 10% improvement. Considering the current trend, you can get about 27% of improvement. Next, can you just click? Yeah. So next, yeah. So if you continue the existing trend, you get about 27% improvement. The next, but you need to go to about 4.4 target, which is very difficult at this point of time. At this point of time, with the current regulatory standards what we have, it is difficult. IEA actually says that you need to be somewhere around 3 liters of gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers to go for the net zero target. So actually the targets are also increasing now. So for developing countries, we really have to raise our bar. We have enough experience to do this. So how much is the impact? Nearly 113 million vehicles were registered between 2005 to 2022. And nearly probably 67 million vehicles would be registered starting now to 2030. So there is still an opportunity to make higher impact if you improve the standards now. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. Next slide. So if you compare the two scenarios, pre-GFEI to post-GFEI, means if you freeze the baselines in 2010, or if you start at 2010 to 2019, if you continue that line, you get around 482 million tons of CO2 reductions. Hypothetical number, 482 million tons, looking at only used or looking at only new cars. Sorry? Okay, sorry. I thought this number was very interesting, so I had a question here. So the next, if we meet the GFEI target, we get additionally about 344 million tons of CO2 reduction. Still a very big reduction is possible if we go towards the 2030 target of GFEI. So totally, if we meet the GFEI target, 350 billion liters of gasoline saving, only by considering first time registered cars, cumulative between 2010 to 2030. Big number, 0.5 trillion. Even if I take $1 per liter fuel cost, it is still a sizable number. In 2019 alone, the total impact was about 1.2 million tons of CO2 reduction, combining 70 countries. So fuel economy fuel economy impact can be measured, and it shows that it has an impact which can be measured. So the impact is big. You can measure it. You are able to measure it. Unfortunately, if I have to make an argument of glass half empty, I would argue that if the countries would have improved from starting 2010, if the countries would have improved starting 2010 to go towards 2030 target, you would have got 1.2 billion tons of CO2 reduction. Now you have only about, best case scenario, 800 million tons of CO2 reduction. If you don't really raise the bar, it is only about 482 million tons of CO2 reduction. It could have been 1.2 gigatons. Imagine losing 1/3 of the savings just because we were a little bit slow. But on the flip side, I would argue that we have made some progress. We know what doesn't work, and we can actually make it better. Next slide. So I'll come to the conclusion now, and I will try to reiterate that. Next, it is wrong to assume. So I'll just summarize some of the points. It is wrong to assume that all emerging country fleet is bad. There are countries which are actually which have fuel economy values which are comparable to the global West. Rate of improvement is intensifying, which is good news. But this good news will become bad news if consumers keep buying more powerful, more heavier, and bigger cars. Fuel economy policies and technological advancements have a measurable impact. we can actually measure it. For each country, you can actually measure the impact. Many of you have done this. You have participated in the baseline collection. You have calculated it. The threat is, again, consumer preferences. You have to somehow buy smaller cars, more fuel efficient cars, more lighter cars. I would argue that will not stop. Fuel economy fundamentally is about doing more with less. So behavior change is also important. It is about not only about a smaller car, it is not only about a lighter car, it is less powerful car, it is also a car which is driven less. So behavior change is also very important. I'll come to a story now. 2008, I was in Manila, and I was standing in front of Holiday Inn with one of the greatest thinkers of transport sector, Professor Lee Schipper. And he had remarked at that point of time that fuel economy, it is blind following the blind. The blind is leading the blind. 2008. This is a glass half empty argument. 2008 was the global financial crisis. 2008, where the crude oil prices were more than 100 barrels per dollar. 2008, the global automotive sector was under tremendous pressure and they were asking for subsidies from the government. 2008 was a critical year where a lot of countries decided to subsidize fuel, provide incentives, clash for clunker schemes in the global West. 2008 was one of the pivoting points for delaying fuel economy. I would argue that we are at the same 2008 deja vu moment now after COVID. We are sitting on a global economic or financial crisis. The crude oil prices have again increased beyond $100. Again, over the last 3 years, the car industry, there is a stagnation in the car industry and there is a demand for incentives. What choice will the countries make? I'm a very pessimistic person, but when I think of fuel economy, somehow I become optimist and I would say that glass is half empty or half full, glass is half full. The reason is countries know what mistakes they did. Countries can actually correct it and go for more electric vehicles in this particular phase, provide subsidies where it is required and move towards more fuel efficient fleet. So I would conclude by saying 2 cheers for fuel economy and not 3 cheers, because we ended up buying more heavier cars. If we buy more electric cars and if we use that electric cars less, I would have said 3 cheers for fuel economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sudhir. It's great to hear both sides of the coin and a balanced perspective on how it's also challenging, but and what is also what are a set of opportunities, for those sets of problems that we have. I would actually lean more towards optimism too, because we already have this vast amount of information and regional exchanges that have already been set. And that knowledge and data equips us with the knowledge and the tool that we need to, what are the policy interventions that we could consider, no? And then we are now moving towards electric mobility. So there are also a lot of opportunities there to improve the fuel economy of the vehicle fleet. And moving to the next presentation, let's see in the next set of slides how the international community are actually moving towards zero emission vehicles. For this, I would like to introduce Jacob Tedder. He's from International Energy Agency and he's an energy analyst. And IEA is actually also one of the GFEI partners, and he will be delivering his presentation via Zoom. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that very provocative and interesting presentation, Sudhir. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. And I'm having trouble sharing slides on my side. Is it possible to share the slide deck that I sent just last night?
Yes, we will have it presented.
Okay. So in my presentation, I'll go over some of the same key points that Sudhir touched on and move on to focus indeed on the scaling up of the market of electric vehicles. My presentation will draw on 2 recent reports that our team at the IEA has done. We do a benchmarking report every 2 years for the Global Fuel Economy Initiative. And we concluded the most recent one in fall of last year. And then we have an annual publication called the Global Electric Vehicle Outlook, the Global EV Outlook, which we released just last month. And I just want to highlight a couple lessons from both of those reports. Next slide, please. So as Sudhir shared with all of us just in that last presentation, the benchmarking work of the Global Fuel Economy Initiative partners extends back to 2005. And as he shared with us, the good news is that average rated fuel consumption of new light duty vehicle sales has gone down on a global level from about 8.8 liters per 100 kilometers to, in the most recent assessment for which we have data, so 2019, just over 7.1 liters per 100 kilometers. So that global average fuel consumption is right on par with the group of countries that Sudhir analyzed and added to the data sets of the ICCT and the International Energy Agency, and which was a great contribution to global tracking. The bad news is that the average rated fuel consumption of the countries that we are able to track, which cover just under 90% of light duty vehicle sales, that the rate of improvement has fallen in this most recent assessment to less than 1% between 2017 and 2019. And this is far smaller than the 2.6% annual average reduction between 2010 and 2015, which itself was much slower than the targets that we had set out back in 2005, 2010, the targets for progress that would be needed to stay on track with climate goals, such as those agreed in Paris in 2015. If you can click, there are actually animations in the slideshow. So, you know, the regional trends that you can see here reflect quite transparently the impacts of policies of a particular country or region. For instance, between 2017 and 2019, the average rated fuel consumption in Europe actually rose. It didn't just stay steady, it got worse. And that's because Europe's regulations are set at 5-year intervals. So if we were to extend this data to 2020, we would see actually in Europe an unprecedented improvement of more than 10% in the year in which fuel economy standards were mandatory and binding. And in a year in which the European Union saw unprecedented EV sales that have actually increased in 2021. In the United States, the average fuel consumption of new light duty vehicles remained essentially unchanged in these most recent 2 years for which we have data following the relaxation of fuel economy standards in that country. And in contrast, the average fuel consumption declined quite a bit in China, driven by fuel economy standards. And as Sudhir pointed out, across emerging and developing countries, when treated as a group as a whole, fuel economy actually declined as well. Next slide, please. Focusing now on the latest data, Sudhir outlined some of the main reasons for the trends that we see. Focusing just on the period between 2017 and 2019, fuel consumption decreased only by 0.9%. Average CO2 emissions decreased by 1.6%. This latter value is higher because of the contribution of electric vehicles, which are starting to enter the market in bigger and bigger shares. In terms of vehicle characteristics, go ahead and click for the animations. The long-standing trend of ever-increasing vehicle size, weight, and power has not slowed down. This is something that we've been tracking now for over a decade in these reports. Vehicles sold in 2019 were on average 5% more powerful, had 3% more weight, and a 1% larger footprint than those sold in 2017. Clicking again, conventional gasoline internal combustion engine vehicles continued to capture around 3/4 of the global market in 2019. Fewer diesels were sold worldwide. Diesel powertrains lost more than 2 percentage points in the total share. And electric vehicles, again, increased their market share globally by 1 percentage point. Hybrid vehicles increased by 0.5 percentage point. Beyond discussions about fuel economy stringency, the global slowdown in the reduction in fuel consumption is due to the simple fact that cars are getting larger and more powerful and thus require more energy. And at the same time, efficient powertrains are only being slowly adopted, more slowly than would be needed to meet our climate ambitions. If you can move to the next slide. I'm now going to shift the focus to talk about the trends we see in electric vehicles. And here's where I find reasons to be hopeful. The technology, the key technology that enables electrification of road vehicles, batteries, continues to get more performant in terms of being able to hold more energy and travel further, lower cost and more durable. And these are reasons to be optimistic. Let me start with one statistic to illustrate how much has changed just over the past decade. Back in 2012, just 120,000 electric cars were sold worldwide over the whole year. Now in 2021, that many electric cars are sold on average each week. And so you can see in this slide that the global stock of electric cars over time has grown. Here we're showing it by country and by powertrain, with including BEVs, battery electric vehicles that run solely on grid electricity, and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, PHEVs, that run usually on either gasoline or diesel and plug electricity. In 2021, there were over 16.5 million electric cars on the road. This is 3 times more than there were in 2018. This growth is particularly striking because it comes at a time when overall car markets are contracting due to the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine. And as you can see, China still dominates in global electric car markets, as it has for the past several years. There were nearly 8 million electric cars on Chinese roads in 2021, and most of these were pure battery electric vehicles. Next slide, please. So having looked at the stock of electric cars, now let's look at sales. On this slide, you can see that the sales of electric cars in selected countries in columns, and the lines here are market shares shown on the right-hand axis. Sales of electric cars doubled in 2021 from the previous year to a record of 6.6 million. The increase was primarily led again by China, which accounted for half of the growth. More vehicles were sold indeed in China in 2021, 3.3 million, than in the entire rest of the world, or than in the entire world altogether in 2020, 3 million. Sales in Europe were robust, up 65%, and sales in the United States as well increased after 2 years of decline. The first quarter of 2022 shows similar trends, with sales rising in China in particular. This growth has strengthened the market position of electric cars relative to conventional engine cars. Nearly 10% of global car sales in 2021 overall were electric, 4 times the market share in 2019. So what you're seeing here is exponential growth. This is what we see for other kind of technology options in the phase where they move from kind of very early market adoption to more mainstream use. And this is something that we very much hope will happen also for EVs. Next slide, please. On this slide, we'll look at the EV story in emerging economies, which is a bit more mixed. If we focus on the right-hand side graph of this slide and look at sales in the columns, overall sales in emerging economies remain relatively low compared with major markets. The sales share is low as well, less than 1% in countries like Brazil, India, and Indonesia. But sales here as well have been increasing in recent years and doubled in 2021 relative to 2020. If we focus on the red lines to look at the number of EV models available, again here on the right-hand axis, you can see that model availability remains limited in emerging economies, with far fewer models than are available in China, Europe, or the US. One core aspect here is that models available in emerging markets are typically luxury, large, or high-end models, which are, broadly speaking, less affordable to the mass market consumer. We observe a strong position for SUVs, which you can see in the left-hand side graph. So model availability remains limited and prices remain high. However, it is encouraging that electric vehicles are also penetrating more and more the markets of emerging economies. Next slide, please. The success of electric vehicles is being driven by multiple factors, and a key factor is sustained policy support. On this slide, you can see the budgets spent by governments in China, Europe, and the US to support EV adoption, including subsidies and incentives. Public spending nearly doubled in 2021 to reach nearly 30 billion US dollars. In parallel, consumer spending doubled as well to reach $250 billion, about 8 times what was spent 5 years ago. And the share of government spending in total spending for electric cars was up around 10% in 2021, down from about 20% only 5 years ago. Next slide, please. It's important to stress that electrification of road vehicles is not only or even necessarily primarily about cars. And what this slide shows is the share of electric 2- and 3-wheeler sales. Electric buses as well are a vehicle category that is electrified very quickly, urban transit buses. The very small battery sizes needed to deliver adequate range for a daily commute and the simplicity of their manufacturing make electric variants in 2- and 3-wheelers in some regions cheaper to buy than internal combustion engine 2- and 3-wheelers. And the cost of driving on electricity is nearly always much lower than the cost of driving on gasoline. Electric 2- and 3-wheeler sales shares are highest in East and Southeast Asian economies, and this is particularly promising as 2- and 3-wheelers are such a common mode of transport in many of these countries that in some cases, like in Vietnam or Indonesia, they consume as much as or more gasoline than cars. This market continues to attract new investment. A notable example is one of the world's largest electric 2- and 3-wheeler factories being built in India. Also in Europe, electric 2- and 3-wheeler market share reached 5% in 2021. And if you could click for the animation, what you see here is that China dominates the electric 2- and 3-wheeler market, having reached nearly 9.5 million electric 2- and 3-wheeler new sales in 2021, a 50% market share, and making up more than 90% of the total electric 2- and 3-wheeler shares worldwide. Next slide. So I'd like to conclude my presentation by talking a bit about the policy update around the world that we do each year for the Global EV Outlook, and then ending on some policy recommendations. Go ahead, next slide. When it comes to individual markets, leading regions around the world have set up a strong policy foundation to underpin EV sales growth over the past year. Go ahead and click. The last year saw significant policy updates in these key markets, further bolstering the acceleration of sales in these regions. Click. Of particular note for the light-duty vehicle market is the European Commission's proposal, which was just endorsed by the Parliament, the European Parliament, for more ambitious CO2 emission standards. And if this goes through, it would reduce tailpipe emissions of all cars and vans to by 100%, effectively mandating true zero emission vehicles, mostly electric vehicles, by 2035. Canada also followed suit by pushing forward with its 2040 targets for 100% zero emission vehicles, now to 2035 for light duty vehicles. Go ahead and click. Also of significant importance has been the US's recent announcement of the ambition to reach 50% EV sales by 2030, as well as individual state level bans on internal combustion engine vehicles. Go ahead and click a couple times, actually. This last year also saw an increase in purchase subsidies for electric vehicles and or the extension of existing subsidy schemes. For instance, China's NEV subsidy phase has been extended to the end of 2022, and there are discussions reportedly underway to extend it further. Korea extended their subsidies, India as well. Japan has provided subsidies in its 2021 budget. And in the European Union, multiple member states significantly increased their EV purchase subsidies, including France, Germany, and Spain, to name a few. Go ahead and click a few more times. Yeah, and let's move on to this last slide on policy updates. As an executing agency for the Global E-Mobility Program, the GEF program, co-funded by the Global Environment Facility and other organizations and bilateral donors, to which the UN Environmental Program is also an executing agency for the regional projects, for the country projects. The IEA is working to look at e-mobility policies for the first time in this global EV outlook, also in emerging markets. For emerging markets, the narrative is different, as many countries have just begun putting forward policies to initiate electric vehicle growth. Go ahead and click a few times. Of note is Chile's national electromobility strategy, which set a 100% light-duty vehicle, zero-emission vehicle sales target for 2035, along with a similar target for public transport and freight transport for 2030 and 2040, respectively. Indonesia has also set targets for both electric light-duty vehicles and two-wheelers for 2030, along with an unofficial ambition that has not yet been formalized for 100% electric car and van sales by mid-century, and Kenya's target of 5% imported vehicles to be EV by 2025. Click a few more times, there you go. Another common policy instrument has been the use of tax benefits and import or excise duties on battery electric vehicles compared to their internal combustion engine equivalents, as can be seen in Kenya, South Africa, here's just been proposed, Thailand and Indonesia. A focus on electric bus pilot schemes and procurement processes has also been a trend across many emerging economy markets due to their high usage and planned routes. And though not as common in these markets, EV purchase subsidies have also been a tool that has begun to be used, such as in Thailand, where a recently announced package for new EV purchase subsidies has been proposed. So to summarize, some of the lessons from both Sudhir's and from my presentation, and you can go ahead and click through these so we don't have to look at them one by one. The pace of fuel economy improvements that we've tracked now over the past nearly 1.5 decades is nowhere near as fast as it needs to be to achieve our targets for 2030, as Sudhir laid out in a quite compelling and simple to understand way. The goal to double vehicle efficiency of new light-duty sales by 2030 relative to 2005, we are nowhere on track to that. But work can be done in this regard to align fuel economy standards and electrification targets so that they're in line with climate pledges. First, we need to scale up fuel economy standards and electrification targets so that they are in line with the national targets, the nationally determined contributions. And we need to focus on hybrid vehicle technologies, like the ones that are being exported from Japan, but also on electric vehicles, where there's a lot of opportunity, not just in cars, but especially also in two-wheelers and buses. Second, it's imperative that countries phase out fuel subsidies and tax road fuels at levels that reflect their impacts on people's health and on the climate. Fuel taxes provide consumers with incentives not only to buy more fuel efficient vehicles, they also improve the market prospects for conventional hybrids and zero emission vehicles. Third, regulators need to ensure that regulations are based on and translate to real world performance. We've seen a growing gap between rated fuel economy and on-road performance of cars. That gap is starting to at least stabilize, if not close. But digital technologies, monitoring of vehicles' actual performance in terms of how much fuel or electricity they consume is something that's increasingly available and should be used when setting regulations. Fourth, policymakers need to focus on the trends that have obviously compromised progress in vehicle efficiency to date. And here, the increase in market share of SUVs across light-duty vehicles overall, in vehicle weight, size, and power. There are policy instruments such as feebates, giving taxes to high fuel consumption vehicles and rebates to very efficient vehicles or electric vehicles, parking and access taxation based on vehicle size. And when these kind of fiscal policies are put in place together with vehicle efficiency or emission standards, they can provide a powerful tool to holding vehicle size and power increases in check. Next, crucially, meeting the GFEI targets will require a rapid penetration of zero emission vehicles, electric vehicles. And as Sudhir said, the penetration of these kind of vehicles would need to be even that much faster to stay in line with net zero across the entire energy sector by mid-century, and keep expected global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees. The same net zero by 2050 scenario modeling highlights the importance of international cooperation. In the context of regulating light-duty vehicles, this cooperation will need to take many forms. One is in harmonizing standards, which can lower the cost of implementing and enforcing regulations such as fuel economy standards. Cooperation on setting standards and sharing and comparing the costs and benefits and effectiveness of policy frameworks across different countries and regions more generally provides a valuable basis for engagement to achieve broader societal and environmental goals, including climate goals. And then finally, international cooperation will be critical in the arena of regulations and tracking of vehicle sales. Countries will need to set up ways to more effectively monitor and regulate used vehicle flows to ensure that developing and emerging countries do not become dumping grounds for less efficient internal combustion engine vehicles, as some of these leading car markets, the European Union, China, the United States, Japan, move more and more into electric vehicles and start to ban conventional internal combustion engine vehicles. Thanks for your attention. I know that we're getting into the lunch hour, so thanks for bearing with me for this final presentation, and I welcome any questions if there's appetite for that.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Do we have any questions from the floor for either Jacob or for Sudhir? Yes, please.
Thank you. Mine might not be a question per se, but maybe just a comment for the two presentations. I think first one from Gota. Yeah, you talked of the engine displacements. For sure, I think we're in the world where if you are driving a big car, obviously that relates to your pocket. So for sure, the major sitting just very close to me, with his status, obviously, will be driving a very big car with a very big disbursement, and then the society appreciates to say he's a big man within that particular community. So to me, I look at it that I think we need to do more on mind asset change for us to reverse the behaviors. We can talk of the fiscal policies that most of the countries have tried to institute. Talk of Malawi, I think if you had to import a small displacement engine between 0 and 8 years, obviously you don't pay import exercise, zero rated on import exercise. But if you go up to maybe those exceeding 3,000 cc, you can pay up to 55%. But that might not really reduce the numbers, looking at the people who import those type of vehicles. But I think my take is, I think we should also do more on awareness creation if we are to reverse this. And also maybe just to echo what my colleague also indicated. Maybe we should also try to be looking at these issues at regional level, where our political masters must also be talking about these issues, where maybe, for instance, SADC region, where our heads of state are invited, we try to talk about this. Because if we are needed to come up with stringent fiscal measures, obviously they are approved at that level. We can make recommendations, but at that level, they need really to, and you know for sure with these 5 years, you know, they would also, unpopularity comes in. But if they are approved at that level, it becomes easier for the technical class also to try and come up with those maybe fiscal measures. Thank you.
Any other comments and suggestions? Can questions for either Sudhir or Jacob? Yes, please at the back.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment from Jacob's presentation. One thing I noted from the presentation on developing countries, as much as we are having good policies in place, is that there's no much of government subsidies or government investment in terms of e-mobility in this market. So I think as much as the developing countries are trying to come up with policies and regulations, one thing to kind of leapfrog this sector in these countries is significant government investment in e-mobility, either in charging or the vehicles themselves, or subsidies. Thank you.
Jacob and Sudhir, feel free to also respond if you feel the need to also respond to the comments that we have. But I would just like to also reiterate that. So we talked about the behaviors and awareness raising and the need for political leadership, no? And the government investment in charging and the related infrastructure. So I'll talk a bit about Asia. For example, you know, we have an untapped opportunity in electric 2 and 3-wheelers because we have a lot of them, a large number, and they keep on increasing now, especially in the last 2 years. And there's a lot of, it's a different set of stakeholders that you need to engage now. So you have different problems in energy efficiency in the transport sector, or fiscal policy, you enact and develop these policies, a different set of stakeholders, e-mobility, a different set of stakeholders altogether, no? So this, the political leadership and also the stakeholder buy-in is really a key to making sure that we move forward for that transition. Anything else? And I also want to check online. Do we have, yeah, okay, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, the developing countries, we are largely importing. So that presents some opportunities for us to leapfrog, to avoid, to standardize, to limit, because the incentive to keep producing or using poor technologies is minimized. What determines much of that is the purchasing power. Now, but to do this, there are some key things that we need to know. For instance, I think the first presentation, you know, even if we are still receiving used vehicles, since some of these are coming, most of these are coming from Japan and Europe, as the presenter made, there is a big likelihood that some of them were manufactured when some of the rules were already in place. So what we need is to try to be specific, because for us, we are going to apply a number of interventions. We have the opportunity to spread and apply different interventions, but we need to have the specific timelines. I know in this room, we must have some of this information. When did what regulation come into place in Europe or Japan, so that we can start putting some benchmark points to say the technology from that time to that time could be favorably looked at. You see, as to implement policies, you have to know what is coming in and your ability to deal with what is coming in or what you desire. So if we can have some timelines on when some of the technologies, regulations and standards come into place, that's the first one. The second one, in the presentation, what is coming out that some of these vehicles are becoming heavier and more powerful. What is the driving force for that, so that we can, because one of the solutions is to improve the government intervention, but under what rules, under what framework, what is driving that, so that we see how to counteract if we are to achieve the targets that we desire. And the third point and final one is this whole thing. You see, we're talking about fuel economy, is economy. We need to link the interventions and the targets with the economics. We need to make that linkage and see how the targets and solutions we are proposing fit within that paradox. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have also questions from the chat box? No.
Can I make one remark? Because I was very much taken by the participants' questions and of the remarks. Actually, we can pretend to be blind, but we are not. Many of the regulations, what works, we already know. It is not that we don't know that. For me, what this entire exercise helped me to understand was that it is the developing countries know the solution. It is not that they don't know the solution. They know the solution. It is just that do they have what it takes to implement that solution? So I would be optimist here, saying that the developing countries will not necessarily make the same mistakes what they have made previously when the fuel economy over the 2005 to 2010 improved only marginally. It is up to us, people sitting in this room, to actually drive this, and I see a lot of hope here. So yeah, for me, it is about this. A very good example is now electric cars are becoming bigger now, more powerful. Electric cars are also becoming bigger now because people prefer that. You have to, consumers also need to change, and that change needs to happen. So we can pretend to be blind, but we cannot. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I also want to check on Jacob, if you would also like to make a remark.
I mean, I guess just following up on what Sudhir just said, I think that policy action is also needed to hold in check vehicle size increases, even if you're very optimistic about the speed and potential for electrification. Still, lots of the minerals, as you all know, the metals that go into EV batteries are not without an environmental and social impact. And therefore, we need to start focusing on utilizing them wisely, not necessarily in SUVs, also for public transit, also for, say, 2- and 3-wheelers, on ensuring that they can be recycled. And you know, I guess a whole separate topic that could be discussed in this forum over the coming few days is the potential for finding a place in the electric vehicle kind of industrial ecosystem for each of your respective countries, a place, a niche where industry can be built out and where attention can be given to ensure that this new coming kind of paradigm of electric mobility is something that your country can also derive economic benefits from.
Thank you, Jacob. And then we also have some remarks also coming from the floor, yeah? There, the backmost row.
Yes, I would like to thank the presenters, but just one remark is like developing countries are not uniform. You have particularities among them, and I would like to talk from this from the point of view of sub-Saharan Africans. Yes, we have like challenges in even sometimes in developing the policies. And sometimes we have to struggle with infrastructure development, with overcoming poverty. And sometimes when we are talking about sustainable transport or mobility programs, it's a challenge when you're working with the government to explain what are the stakes for the government to understand, because they have a lot of conflicting interests to take into account. So even the capacity in the government to draft these policies sometimes are not there. So this is something that we should also take into account, that the developing countries are not progressing at the same pace. The pace is different. And this is why capacity building is still needed for some countries to be at a baseline. And we have welcomed the GFEI initiative, but not all the countries in West Africa were not able to achieve the results. So it means that the work is still needed at this ground level. So this is something that we need to achieve, because we are talking about advanced technology, which are coming with this electric mobility, with a lot of ecosystem that need to be put in place, and a lot of things that even the developing countries are putting in place. So we need to adapt these policies. We need to move fast, but we need also to do things in a comprehensive way.
Thank you so much for that remark. You know, it's we realize this in all the work that we have done so far in Asia, and the part there that really the capacity building. So oftentimes the policymakers need to be capacitated on what they need to know to really address certain challenges that they need to, for example, in import policy. So of course they can only, they're familiar with a set of importation policies, but then linking that with a fuel economy improvement perhaps is not something that they have often done, no? And then we also realized that one, especially in working in the fiscal policy space, it's the same with the labeling schemes, for example, and other energy efficiency policies. And so we need to also make sure that the policymakers, or it's going to be another set of policymakers for sure. No? So you have the Ministry of Finance and Planning, perhaps, and then there's going to be another set of stakeholders for the labeling schemes. And then you need to have the right system or infrastructure in place for that, to make sure that how people are registering their vehicles or how private sectors are registering are actually still streamlined and not doubling the work that they do. No, so a lot of capacity building are still needed in country, and very contextualized in that regard. Do we have any more comments and remarks from the floor and from the chat room, from the Zoom? If there are no more, we will move to the next part of the agenda. And I would like to introduce, of course, Jane to lead the session. And thank you so much, Sudhir, by the way. Jane will call on the speakers, and I will switch roles, and I will join the rest of our friends in the region.
Thank you, Kate, for taking us, for leading us very well. I will be taking over this moderation because of the, Kate is one of the speakers. So I'd like to call the speakers, maybe as I introduce them to the podium. And I promise that it will be a short sort of like discussion. This is more of a discussion from the regions. And it will actually set the pace for tomorrow's discussion. So we just want to see, just in an overview, what's happening in the regions. And then, we will dive deep into the sub-regions tomorrow. That's what we'll be doing. So I'd like to call to the podium Professor James Nyang'aya. Yes, he's a lecturer in mechanical and manufacturing engineering at the University of Nairobi, Kenya. So you can join us. He will be presenting more on the Africa region. Then I would also like to call to the podium Ms. Gada Mogni. She will be speaking more about the North Africa, Middle East. She's the program coordinator at the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe, CIDARE. Then we have Kathleen, who will speak to us about the Asia Pacific sub-region. And as she mentioned, she's the Sustainable Transport Lead at the Clean Air Asia. Then I would also like to call to the podium somebody to speak about the Latin America sub-region, maybe the Latin America and the Caribbean, and that's Juan Esteban. He's a professor at the at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, the University of Technology of Pereira. And lastly, we will be joined online. Ruslan was not able to travel last minute yesterday. Ruslan, he'll be speaking to us about the Central and Eastern Europe. He'll join virtually. He's a sustainability consultant and founder and CEO of the Green Age Consulting. And he's really helped and supported a lot of our GFEI work in Central and Eastern Europe. He used to work for the REC, an NGO called REC. So for us, it will just be a panel. As I mentioned, it will be not a long discussion because we can see we have about half an hour. We have questions just to look at what's happening in the sub-regions. So I think I'll start with one question each for the panelists, just to set the ball rolling. I think we'll start maybe with Latin America at the end. So for each one of you, maybe just briefly, a few minutes, in your region, we've seen, from the GFEI presentation, from the GFEI work that we've done, there's some countries are actually ahead, some countries are lagging behind, as has already been discussed in the discussions. The participants have asked this also. So some countries have leapfrogged more than others. So maybe just one challenge that you can pinpoint in your regions. What is the one challenge that countries are facing when it comes to the GFEI, when it comes to promoting fuel economy vehicle policies?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak in this place. I would like to say that we had several challenges, but I could say that one of them is the fuel quality standards in the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. For example, we had some countries that already had good quality for diesel and gasoline, but we had another countries that are behind the progress of the other countries. So in that issue, we had many things to do still in the fuel quality standards. And I think also the other thing that I would like to point out is the used vehicles, because for example, during the 2020, the region import about 300,000 vehicles. Most of them are 10 years or more of lifespan. So the thing is that they are coming to our region with few or with a little fuel economy efficiency. So that's also important to have in account this issue that is happening in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe, sorry, Alexandra, please just come up. In fact, it's a pleasure because we also wanted to do gender balancing. So sorry about that. But we can proceed as she joins. She's from SICA, which is the Central America Integration System Agency. So I think we can proceed maybe with Ms. Gada on the North Africa. What's the #1 challenge?
Well, I mean, allow me not to mention just one challenge. There are some common challenges in the country, in this region, and the countries, and they basically lie with the lack of necessary data and information and knowledge that was even mentioned in previous presentations for assessing the vehicle's economy and cleaner fuel technologies. Another challenge is the lack of economy standards and labeling, and that was also identified earlier. And another challenge is the existence of a significant number of old manufactured vehicle stock that the region is facing. And the lack of actually attractive and effective economic incentives. And finally, the lack of the government support to manufacture local vehicles. So it's not just one, but a number, but they're all common to all the countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can move now to the Central America sub-region. What would you say would be the challenge? You can add maybe one or two more challenge to fuel economy.
I think I want to focus on one challenge as she said already, information is really important for us. We are 8 countries and it's difficult to find all the information in one institution. It is spread among institutions, and when decision makers need that information, it's not possible to take all the information together. So we think that it's important to have all the information together, and users and decision makers and private sector can use that information for their decisions.
Thank you for that and for that addition. Maybe for Asia Pacific, Kate?
So a lot already has been mentioned, but I will add some things to that, which we've already talked about a few minutes earlier, which is the lack of capacity of the decision makers and the key stakeholders, even the private sector, to use the data sets that have already been available for them, and so the lack of capacity that includes lack of capacity to monitor and lack of capacity to use the data sets to develop policies and ensure the stakeholder buy-in. Because one opportunity we already have in the region is the regional exchange that we'd often have. So of course, for example, in the supranational body like an ASEAN, so we already have these aspirational targets, so there are already exchanges. But then moving towards actually policy making, that needs to be strengthened still amongst the key stakeholders, like the decision makers and the private sector themselves. So that would be one.
Thank you. And for Africa?
Thanks, Jen, and everybody else. Everybody is mentioning data. Now, for those who have been involved in handling the data, I simply want to be a little more specific. What we mean by the data is that a lot of times in Africa, we don't know how many vehicles we have in the country. We don't know how many vehicles, partly because we have registered them cumulatively. And when these vehicles grow old, we don't remove them from the register. So vehicles that perhaps should have been registered on account of age still exist in our records. Vehicles that should have been registered because of accidents still on our records. So it is a common problem in Africa. We need to update and have current estimates of the vehicle records. The other problem, it is basically the same problem, but it therefore means that the institutional framework implementation is not able to be carried out because we don't have the substance. And what we do have, even in the experiences we have in other places, if I mention one in particular, the last years of the study indicated that the capacity of the engine had reduced from being above 2,000 to now being between 1,500 to 2,000 in Kenya, the average vehicle in the market or popular vehicle. We don't have any policies that seems to have pushed this in that direction. And like one prominent attendant of this occasion mentioned, that is Major Kipchumba, that it seems the effect is much more of consumers' economic evaluation. But we would like strong policies to influence this direction. So basically we have data, but our data is simply because it is cumulative. Our problem is cumulative data and not current representative data.
Thank you. I think that you can see that the same challenge actually cuts across all the sub-regions. And as I mentioned, this is just to lay the ground for the regional discussions tomorrow, because you'll hear from country examples, what's happening when it comes to, or how have they addressed this issue of data? How have countries addressed the issue of policy, from specific examples. So maybe just to start from, we can start again from the end. Oh, okay, sorry, there's Ruslan also online. Ruslan, the same question, what are the challenges when it comes to fuel economy in the Central and Eastern Europe?
Hi, Jen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I thought you forgot me. Yes, I will join my colleagues in reiterating very quickly two challenges. One, the first of them is that there is a huge stream of second-hand vehicles coming from Western Europe, which means that the efficiency, the fuel efficiency gains come with a very big gap. The second is that taxation measures have a very marginal effect in the price of vehicles. And maybe something new that has not been mentioned is the low enforcement of regulation. So basically there is a very stringent and very good regulation, and there is a problem enforcing it. So that's it. I know that you're short of time, so I'd like to stop here.
Wow, thanks Ruslan for that addition. So you can see the issue of used vehicles also for Central and Eastern Europe, and it's also been mentioned in the other sub-regions as well. And the issue of the taxation not being adequate enough to actually incentivize cleaner vehicles. So I would actually come back now to ask, because tomorrow we'll be listening to the countries, country-specific information. So I'd like to hear as a sub-region, because I think the objective of this is to get a sub-regional overview. In each of your sub-regions, there must be leaders. What have they done, or what can we learn? What are the opportunities within your sub-regions? What are the opportunities to moving to cleaner, to more fuel-efficient vehicles? And do we need a sub-regional approach? I think you can do both of those questions. Do we need a sub-regional approach? Because what we find, on a country-by-country basis, introducing such kind of regulations, it's going to take time. Sometimes it's much easier, as already mentioned, to deal with this as a sub-region. What can be done? Capacity building, of course, can be done at sub-region. Already Kate mentioned that, regional exchanges. But what are the opportunities as a sub-region? And do you think that a regional approach will help in furthering these goals towards fuel economy? So I think we can start with Sika again.
I think we as a region have a great opportunity, because inside SICA we have energy ministers and environment ministries councils, and they work together as a unit, and then it will be easy to fit the programs between both ministers. And other important issue is that they define each country, we are 8 countries, they define mobility as a prior topic for this year and the following years. I think this two organizations working together will be easier just to fix and get the goals promoted for next years.
Thank you. There already exist some forums that we can actually use in the Central America sub-region. Juan?
Thank you. Speaking a little bit about South America. South America, many of the countries in South America has the advantage that they had electricity from renewable sources, for example, hydroelectric. So that's going to be an opportunity to implement electric vehicles in the region, because if you see the life cycle analysis of the electric vehicles, taking the energy from this kind of sources is going to be something good for that implementation. The other thing that I can say that about the regional, taking in account the regional approach, I don't know how easy that's going to be, because our countries are totally different. For example, right now in Chile, they already have the regulation for fuel economy. But for example, in Colombia, we are just starting to think about that. We are just analyzing the possibility to have that regulation. So different countries are different rhythm in this kind of implementation. So the regional approach is not going to be easy. Maybe if we had we were discussing about the fact that maybe we can just talk with the manufacturers as a region in order to push them a little bit to have better cars better vehicles in the region. I was reflecting about the thing that somebody presented this morning, that, for example, in Germany, they already are saying that they are not having more IC vehicles, but we are importing these vehicles for our region. So we had to do something as a region in order to push them a little bit to have different vehicles, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention. Definitely there's need for regions also to learn from others, as you already mentioned. Chile is ahead, Colombia. So I think those regional exchanges are quite important. Gada?
Well, in the Middle East and Africa, improving environment quality and climate change is one of the issues that are high on the agenda of this region. So there's an opportunity for more technical and financial support, especially from international organizations like GEF and UNEP and so on. That's a great opportunity there. And also there's an opportunity in this region because there's a significant volumes of untapped clean energy resources like the wind, solar, natural gas, renewable energy. And all these could be utilized for electricity generation and powering electrical vehicles. That's in terms of opportunities. In terms of regional approach, I definitely think a regional approach should facilitate greatly introducing fuel economy policies and shifting to cleaner vehicles, because this could be easily done through allocating necessary financial resources. It's to develop the automotive industry and the infrastructure for that, and to penetrate and localize more energy efficient vehicles into the region. Also, and that would fit the lack of information, the exchange of relevant data, information, experiences, best practices, and so on would definitely help the region. And at the end of the day, integrating the automotive markets across the region and the industry of electric vehicles would definitely be realized through a regional approach.
Thank you. I think something that you brought forth also that is quite key is on the financing. So I think that's quite important. And you will be hearing more about this, maybe just as an example about the Africa one on Wednesday, the Africa Support and Investment Platform. But these are platforms that are regional. We have one for LAC, for Asia, and also for Africa and Central and Eastern Europe. So I think that's quite important to support investments, especially when it comes to electric mobility, sharing of best experiences and examples. So these will be platforms that we will continue to use going forth, but very key when it comes to investment and financial support. Kate?
Thanks for pointing that. I would say the same things, but being the fourth in the row, so I will mention other points that we've noticed, we've observed in Asia. So we are working in a region, of course, a lot of us are, that see the fuel economy improvements naturally improving over time, no, without a direct policy intervention. And when I say naturally, they did not really think about, for example, changing the importation policy for fuel economy improvement. So the opportunity there is that what if they knew the tools that they have for strategically influencing consumer behaviors, right? So for example, how do we actually change our fiscal policies so that we can encourage more energy efficient or smaller vehicles, no? So smaller engine sizes, etc. And so that's an area there that we see. The second, and I'll make it brief, is like riding on the momentum of battling the rising fuel prices. So it's felt globally. We feel it in the Philippines, like it's doubled over the last 2 years. So that's the second. On the other question, the regional approach. And the regional approach, as we have observed, is that we allow ourselves to learn about the trends that are happening in other regions. And for example, another country might say that we have seen a rapid rise of electric mobility and in 2 and 3 wheelers. And then there's one country that's interested in enacting a labeling program. So they know what that, they have a foresight now of what they need to strengthen, what are the areas that they need to look into. For example, there's an influx of a different set of technologies now. So that is a very powerful way of capacitating and informing the decision makers, because the reality is that they really would like to see actual case studies. How did you enact this in your country? What were the lessons learned? What mistakes could we avoid in our countries? So the studies are there to support that, but they would like to hear from their other policymakers. So that is something that regional exchanges should foster, that the peer-to-peer exchange. So that's from our end.
I think that's quite important, maybe to end with what you said last, because I actually wanted to ask a question is on, do you see any value addition in regional exchanges, sub-regional exchanges? We've come here as Asia Pacific, as a Central America sub-region, as a LAC, as Africa, but do we see merit in regional, learning, and you've answered that quite well. Thank you. So Africa.
I only have one point to add to what has been said. I am aware that nobody considers a small market when they are manufacturing cars. So we will buy what is available for everybody else. However, as a region, the volume of vehicles we import will give us a significant voice. We will have a say on the vehicles, on anything to do with vehicles. So we need to be a region that the manufacturer knows that so many will be going to this region.
Yeah, thank you for that, because definitely we need the regional approach comes in when the market, so that we also have a predominant share on a country by country basis. I think a lot of our countries, marketers are not very keen, but I think when we lump together, we will be able to influence the market. And I think also what Kate also mentioned on the need to take advantage, and I think Sudhir also brought this out in his examples on the 2008, when there was this kind of crisis. So I think this is also an opportunity when, fuel prices are really soaring, And I think governments now would be very keen to see how do they save, on improving fuel economy, what kind of savings can they make? So this is also a good opportunity, as Kate and Sudhir also mentioned. Maybe we also come to Ruslan, because that sub-region, has I think made very good advancement when it comes to linking the Central and Eastern Europe policies, regional drive. Ruslan?
Yes, thank you, Jane. Yes, the advantage of Central and Eastern Europe is that it is close to the European Union, and that it has kind of an acceding or candidate status. So all these countries need to approximate their legislation, so they reap the benefits of that. But as I said, enforcement is lacking. And just to answer your question on the benefit of regional approach, absolutely. As you all know, a lot of progress happens by imitation and by trying to excel the others. So adding this kind of regional pressure would be really beneficial, and also ensuring a kind of providing a forum for West to East exchange. And one more thing that has not been mentioned probably. Initiatives like GFEI have been very instrumental in kind of packaging the issue in much more understandable ways for the normal consumers and policymakers, because many of the pieces of legislation are quite complex and quite technical. So this, even the let's say the marketing and packaging aspect is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruslan. And also bringing in now the bigger, global perspective, not just regional. I think this, I would stop there, because this was just to give an introduction on the discussions that will take place tomorrow. You've heard what are the challenges, what are some of the opportunities, and they are almost the same, although, a bit differentiated. So it sets the pace for tomorrow's regional discussions. Maybe just before we close, to see whether there's one or two questions from the participants, and who you'd be directing that question to, to which sub-region you'll be directing this question. One or two questions maybe, if there are any. Yes, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Jane, and thank you, panelists, for the very insightful discussions. So, I mean, looking at the challenges outlined, as well as, everybody seems to converge about, regional approaches as the way forward. And I mean, I do also think that, regional approaches, especially in terms of policies, could potentially, drive the technology that comes into our respective regions or sub-regions, and by extension also, drive consumer choices. But I'm just wondering, and this is open to all the regions and sub-regions, what is it that is impeding, our regions from taking, these collective approaches? For example, what Professor Nyangaya says is that, we are a big market, and therefore, I believe we should be able to dictate what comes to us as Africa. Why aren't we doing that? What is it that our governments are not getting right? Thank you.
One more question, maybe before, or that is enough? Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask to the panel, mainly for the regions different to the Latin American, the Caribbean region. What is and how is your relationship with the vehicle traders and importations of vehicles? Because in our case, this is one of the most important challenges we have for importing and promoting more efficient and cleaner vehicles in the LAC region. So I would like to ask you, how do you have and hold these relationships with this part of the of our economy? Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I think for that question, I would leave it to the representative of Vehicle Importers Association to answer that, and then we will later come to the panel for the other question that was asked earlier. Yes.
That's very interesting. Actually, I think all these issues impeding development in this sector, either fuel economy or good cars, is because of the competing interests between the manufacturers trying to get the share of the market, and each manufacturer fighting for a space. And then comes in a used car importer or a dealer competing in the same space. Now, you find manufacturers do not agree among themselves, or if they agree to fight the used car market. Since the used car market takes all the brands, irrespective wherever it comes from, it should be, if the customer feels that vehicle is efficient, it can do extra work that he wants, then the consumer goes that direction. It doesn't matter who manufactures it. Then the manufacturer now, on the other hand, they are competing among themselves to get a share. So that understanding becomes very difficult to push an agenda like now fuel efficiency, since another manufacturer is not, they have a product in the market which is not that fuel efficient compared to another one. And they are not coming out forcefully to tell the consumers that their brand or their product has or consumes so much fuel per kilometer, or how efficient it is. So it becomes a secret area that nobody wants to touch. So it's only the consumer to go around looking for what fits for himself. To come to the government side, the government itself is not an importer of fuel. It is left to the business people to import the fuel. Now, the government is looking at the time when they are selling this product. That's where they get their revenue. So they're looking at the revenue side, that how much am I collecting from this private sector? The same thing when I'm importing a vehicle, the government is looking how much is the government is taking from the importer. So what happens to that product at the end at the market is not the issue of the government, unless it is seriously a safety issue or something which is common on that product, that they can maybe take it up. So it's an area that I think an agency like UNEP can take it up, and we push a policy that each person should disclose the way we disclose on food products, that end of life for this product is this day. So how much fuel does this vehicle consume? So that the consumer will also understand, and these things to be open, because it's an area where we have been fighting between the manufacturers or the franchise holders and the used car market. And the cars we import are actually of high standard, because the countries where they manufacture or sell to that market, they have a standard for that market. So whatever we get is the standard for that market, which is superior in our own market. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that response. I think because of time, I will only ask for 2 responses to what Jerry asked. I think we will call Ruslan and maybe the Central America sub-region to just give an overview. What's the challenge, because these regions can form a big market, but what is the main challenge with the governments putting in place this kind of policies? And they could substantially form a big market. So maybe we'll end with Ruslan and then come to the Central America sub-region before we call it a wrap, because it's already 1 p.m. Ruslan?
Yeah, I will be very quick because actually there are no challenges in Central and Eastern Europe. It depends on the country. But basically, the Western Balkans, they are part of a free market, so that's not a problem at all. And as I mentioned earlier, the biggest challenge actually is the adoption of already quite progressive and quite strong EU legislation. First, so support is needed in this part on the adoption side, the approximation side, which needs to take place in the next couple of years. And the second challenge is the subsequent enforcement of this legislation, because it's on one hand it's easy to adopt, but not that easy to adapt the national systems for the enforcement of this legislation. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Ruslan. And definitely that's also a challenge in most of our sub-regions, because even when the standards will be adapted, strict standards, I think enforcement and following up, I think is something very critical. For Central America?
For our region, I think it's a political issue, because there are 8 countries that have to take decisions and agree with agreements just to work themselves together, as well as with the private sector. Then it's just a political issue, just to be everybody in the same way to do it.
Thank you. I think that is a good wrap of really what are the kind of issues. Consumers, on the one hand, really need to play a role. That has really come out strong from the morning until now. And then on the other hand, the politicians. So the political process, quite important to drive this. So I think, in between there's capacity building, there's the policies and all that. But I think those are the 2 critical issues that have come up. And this will be tackled in more details in the sessions tomorrow. Apart from that, maybe just to call it a wrap, we will be providing the lunch vouchers. Althea, our colleague, will be handing them over maybe as we walk out. Maybe Amos, you can direct them to the cafeteria. So there are several points that you can pick. The lunch that you'd prefer, and I think there's a soft drink, water or a soft drink also included in that voucher. And on behalf of the afternoon chair, maybe just to ask if we can come back at 2 so that we finish, on time at 4. Thank you, and have a good lunch. And if you'd like to leave your computers, we will lock the doors. So after the lunch, so you don't need to carry. We will ensure that the doors are locked.
Organize the data.
Hi, everyone. We're just waiting for a few more people to come back from the lunch break. So someone is already ushering them to come down, but we should start in a few minutes. So, it's okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you're all hyped for the next sessions from the lunch that we had. Oh, good, good. For this afternoon, we'll just have a panel discussion, and then we'll wrap up the day one. And now we are entering the session on improving fuel efficiency in various modes, in all modes. No? So for this part of the agenda, I would like to introduce three speakers. So we will have presentations from Etsa, Nuong, and Sebastian. So Etsa, on my right, she is a Senior Transport Policy and Development Associate at the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy in Indonesia. And then perhaps I would like to, I'll just introduce the rest of the speakers so we can flow from one presentation to the next. And then on my left, we have Dr. Nuong Cholakup. He is the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Research Team Leader from the National Energy Technology Center in Thailand. And then lastly, we'll have Sebastian Galarza, who's joining us remotely and via Zoom. And he's with the Transport and Energy Sector Program at Centro Mario Molina, Chile. Or CMS. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Etsa to the podium to start us off with the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Etsa. I'm from ITDP Indonesia. I'm a senior transport associate at ITDP Indonesia, and I will today share about our projects and some lessons learned from electrifying e-buses and also electric two-wheelers in Indonesia through our technical assistance projects. Yeah, so this is one part of my presentation. So ITDP Global, as well as the UC Davis University, they conducted a study on how electrification can help us comply to the 1.5 degree limit according to the Paris Agreement. So electrification is not enough. And we still have to combine that with compact city scenarios, such as shifting to transit and also pedestrian, which has been mentioned previously by previous speakers. Next, please. And this is our support. So ITDP is a non-governmental organization or NGO. We usually provide technical assistance to governments. Usually we work on the city levels because it is where initiatives are implemented in Indonesia. And this is some of our projects that I can share for today. Especially the lessons learned from the project. So for e-buses, we assist the city governments of Jakarta, Bandung, and Medan to devise an electrification plan for their BRT network. And for electric two-wheelers, we assist the government of Jakarta to develop a roadmap to electrify ride-hailing electrification in Jakarta, as well as the government of Indonesia to develop some policies and incentives for electrifying two-wheelers. This is some of our government's targets. So you can see here on the table, they actually have, as you can say, big targets. For example, in 2030, they would like to have 13 million units of electric two and three-wheelers on the road, which is 11.5% of the current populations of two-wheelers. And then they also want to have 2 million units of electric four-wheelers on the road by 2030, as well as electrifying 90% of the public transportation in Indonesia by 2030. However, as you can see on the bottom row, the targets are not yet achieved. Currently, we still only achieve 0.13% of the electric two-wheelers target and 0.12% of the electric cars, as well as the e-buses. That is why a clear roadmap is needed for Indonesia, and I can share further about it on my next slides. Yes, so firstly, I will talk about some of our lessons learned from electric two and three-wheelers in Indonesia. So as you can see here, in our transportation, two-wheelers or especially motorcycles they are very densely populated, and there are 113 million units of motorcycle in our country. And it dominates the road scene in any cities in Jakarta, in all other cities, the big cities, the rural areas. Most of the citizens are using motorcycles. And as you can see, 27% of our GHG emission comes from transportation sector, and 91% is from the road transportation, especially these motorcycles. And we see the two and three-wheeler segments as a potential segment that can be electrified first, and they can be a catalyst for other electric mobility initiatives in Indonesia, because firstly, they have shorter range, and therefore it can potentially have less range anxiety, especially as we don't have many charging infrastructure yet in our country. And the second one, it is easier to charge. So in many Indonesian households, they only have low electrical power. So the power may be not enough to charge electric cars, and but for electric two-wheelers, they can still easily plug the batteries or their two-wheelers without having to upgrade their electricity. And the third one is the faster charging, and there is an availability of battery swap that we are developing in our country. So for faster refueling. And the fourth one, we have comparable total cost of ownership for our electric two and three wheelers compared to e-cars. Because currently the price of electric two-wheelers in our country is only 1.25 higher than ICE motorcycles. There's also a large presence of fleets. So for example, there's a large ride-hailing companies in Indonesia. And as you might know, fleets are more easier to govern, and also many regulations are easier to be imposed on fleets rather than individual vehicles. And there's also availability of multiple models that have been available in Indonesia compared to electric cars. So it can provide more options for users to choose according to their needs. Based on our study on ride-hailing electrification, we found that electrifying ride-hailing can be one of the starting points to start our two and three-wheeler electrification. Firstly, because of it is a fleet, so the company can easily manage the technology of the fleets that they are using, and the government is easier to mandate a company to shift to electric two-wheelers instead of mandating all the citizens to shift to electric vehicles. And the impacts are also substantial. So for example, here we estimated that by shifting all ride-hailing motorcycles to electric only in Jakarta, one of our cities in Indonesia, we can achieve 58% of annual GHG reduction compared to BA scenario. And because we also import gasoline, it will reduce the annual import of gasoline by 8.4%. It is quite significant. And also reduce gasoline subsidy by 173 million US dollar, which is quite big for Indonesia. And this big impact can be achieved because ride-hailing motorcycles, they usually travel longer than individual vehicles. So one motorcycle in ride-hailing fleet, they can drive around 150 kilometers based on our survey, compared to individual riders who only, for example, 40 or 50 kilometers a day. So by electrifying these fleets, you can achieve a bigger impact. And maybe I can also share about some policies that have been implemented in Indonesia. So the national government, firstly, for the consumer incentives, they are lowering luxury good tax for electric vehicles and other low emission vehicles. And the second one, they have a bulk electricity tariff. So they can, the state electricity company can offer lower electricity price for charging infrastructure providers. And then they have credit incentives. So the government is allowing several banks to provide lower, how do you call it, lower loan rate for financing electric vehicle purchase. And as well, for the industry, they also have several incentives. So they have tax holiday, tax rebates, and other tax incentives for companies that comply to certain minimum component requirement. So they set a certain percentage of the minimum components that is produced in the country. And if the company complies to it, they are eligible for the tax incentives. And then there is also a tax deduction for research and development, and also limit some import taxes for electric vehicles, but this is only for a short period of time until they develop their domestic industry. At the local level, they also have several incentives. So for example, in Jakarta, they have a free vehicle registration tax for electric vehicles. They don't have to pay anything to register their vehicle or to transfer the ownership of the vehicle to other person. And the Jakarta also have parking fee exemption. So electric vehicles do not need to pay for parking fee. And for the upcoming road pricing, they are also planning to exempt electric vehicles from the road pricing. And in the pipeline, there's also a road emission, low emission zones in place. So electric vehicles are exempted from the road access restrictions on that zone. So here you might not see it very well, but this is a stakeholder mapping of the electrification. And what I wanted to say is this is a complicated stakeholder relationships. So there are many stakeholders in place for electrification from the ministries. There are multiple ministries, 12 ministries actually involved in the policy making of the electric vehicles. And there's also private sectors that are involved from the state-owned companies as well as the ride-hailing companies. And this makes it quite difficult to coordinate for the right policies and other things. So to summarize, for the electric 2- and 3-wheelers electrification, we identified several challenges that can hamper the electrification initiatives, especially for Indonesian case. So for the first one, there is no clear roadmap to achieve the high targets of the government. So the government just set a target without planning, for example, year by year, how to achieve it, what policy should be implemented at what year, what incentives, and etc. And there is no, for now, there is no budgetary commitments that can support the targets. And the second one is the underdeveloped EV ecosystem. So as I have said before, the charging infrastructure is not yet developed in Indonesia, and several people are having, the range anxiety. They are worried that the vehicles will run out of power when they are on their trips. That is because there are still lack of charging infrastructure. And this is one of the main things that hamper the electrification is the lack of financing scheme and also national or local subsidized scheme for the purchase price of the EV, because as we all know that the EV is still more expensive than other vehicles. And the third one is the safety concern from the general public. But this is mainly because of the general lack of public knowledge on the safety aspects of the EV. And to address those challenges, we have several policy recommendations. So firstly, we recommend to develop national electric vehicles coupled with a charging infrastructure roadmap. So this has to be a comprehensive roadmap that also includes incentive, including subsidized and also budget commitments from the government to support those incentives. Not only fiscal incentives, but also non-fiscal. For example, how do they phase out ICE vehicles are also have to be aligned with this national roadmap, and also align that also with GHG adoption roadmap, GHG reduction roadmap. And the second one, the incentives is not only restricted to the national level, but also on the local level. The local government have to provide their own incentive to support the national level. So for example, here in the case of Indonesia, the government of the cities, they can provide lands for charging infrastructure. So for example, from the government assets, they can offer to charging infrastructure companies to be build charging infrastructure for the public. So it will lower the cost of providing charging infrastructure. And the third one is to clearly regulate the vehicle size, speed limits, and also road allocation. I will get back to this later. And the third one is and the last one is to initiate battery standardization, because right now we have not have any standardization of batteries. That this will particularly affect the battery swapping industry. Because if you have many batteries sizes and also plugs available, then you cannot ensure the interoperability between one battery swap provider to other battery swap provider. And this could be a potential challenge to the uptake of electric two-wheelers in the future. One thing that we also found during our study is that electric two and three-wheelers can be a momentum to improve the inclusivity of urban mobility. And this is one interesting perspective to see, because we conducted several focus group discussion with vulnerable groups. So for example, with women, with the elderly, and people with disability, they view electric two-wheelers, especially e-bikes or other electric mobility, as a potential means for them to have an independent mobility. So they are not dependent to the stronger member of the family to go anywhere anymore if they can use these electric two-wheelers. Because firstly, they have lighter weights compared to motorcycles, and they are suitable for shorter distance. So the vulnerable groups are usually have trips with a shorter distance, for example, just to go to the local markets or to schools for kids, and also for first and last mile mobility. But they also have several concerns that have to be addressed. So firstly, they are concerned that the widespread use of electric two-wheelers can endanger the safety of pedestrians and the regular cyclists if they are on sidewalks and cycling lanes. That is the first and foremost thing that they say during our discussion. And the second one is the illegal parking on sidewalks. So currently there are already many motorcycles parking their vehicles on the sidewalks, but they are worried that with the uptake of electric two-wheelers, it will further the issue. And then the third one, we all know that the electric vehicles have low noise. So the people with disability of visual impairment, they are concerned that they cannot hear the vehicle approaching, for example, the electric motorcycles very well, and it will pose a risk safety to them. And to address those issues, in addition to the policy recommendations for the government at the national level, we also we are developing several key recommendations for the urban traffic to accommodate the uptake of electric two and three-wheelers. So we divided the recommendations into several groups. So for example, the first one is the road design and vehicle operations. We recommended to firstly provide protected infrastructure such as cycling lanes or sidewalks, physically separated from other traffic, and also to limit the speed on the cycling lanes to 25 kilometers per hour or less, because if there are e-motorcycles using the cycling lanes for example, 40 kilometers per hour, it will endanger the cyclists. And the second one is to lower the overall speed limits of the motorized vehicle and prioritize pedestrian and cyclists above even the electric vehicles. And then for the traffic management, we can limit through traffic. This is, I don't know if this is also happening in other countries, but here, people usually drive through residential areas to avoid traffic jams on the main roads. And that could endanger the residents, especially children or women who are usually mobilizing on the roads. This can be done through traffic calming or geofencing. That is one solution to it. And then to enforce rules, there is also a rule on illegal parking, but it is a lack of enforcement that is the issue. For vehicle usage, we encourage to promote electric two and three wheelers as the first or last mile mobility, in addition to pedestrian, to walking and cycling, instead of the whole journey mode. How to promote that? You can provide integration facilities at the transit area. So for example, you can provide a parking infrastructure for e-bikes and cycling in general, and also provide bike sharing facilities on the transit. And we have also to define age limits, because this is one of the concerns of the mothers that we have discussions with, especially for e-scooters. And then mandate the speed limiters to be included in the vehicle system. So the vehicles, the electric vehicles, could not be speeding above certain speed limits. And the third one is to mandate acoustic vehicle alerting system. This is especially to alleviate the risk for the people with visual impairment, so they can still hear the electric vehicle approaching. I think that's for the electric two and three wheelers. Actually, I have several things also to share about e-bus initiatives in Indonesia. So we did several technical assistance to help several operators and governments in planning the roadmap and also the implementation plan of electric buses in their city. So this is the government's plan to electrify the public transport. They have ambitious targets to electrify 90% of the fleets by 2030. And they have several plans in place. So for example, they have these BRT projects in several cities, and they want to electrify several routes of each of the BRT projects to kickstart this public transport electrification initiatives. And this is some of our findings. So we did 3 technical assistance projects in Jakarta, in Bandung, and Medan. Those are 3 big cities in Indonesia. So there are indeed potential benefits of PT electrification. So you can see there the reduction of GHG emission compared to BAU, and also other air pollutants such as NOx and also particulate matters, of course. But the issue here again is the total cost of ownership. It is still 40% to 59% higher than the average ICE bus fleets, but especially for microbuses, it is 21% higher. So it's lower gap than the bigger buses. And to address this TCO problem, of course, fiscal incentives are still important for the operators to be able to procure and also operate the electric buses in their fleets. And you can see on the right side, this is illustration of the capital cost distribution. When we are planning to electrify the buses in Jakarta. So this is still dominated by e-bus procurement costs, the blue ones, and followed by the import tax, because we assume here the e-bus are imported. We can cut this cost if we have a domestic manufacturer in place. And this is the Transjakarta electrification plan. So Transjakarta is a bus operator in Jakarta, and they have targets to electrify 10,000 of their fleets by 2030. And currently they are deploying pilot deployment. So they have 30 pilot e-buses in place right now and running on 2 routes. And they select the routes that have high visibility. So it is on the main roads of Jakarta so that people can see the initiatives is going on. This is our recommendations for Transjakarta in achieving their e-bus targets. So we employ a 4-stage analysis methodology to derive the recommendations. So firstly, we have to scope the type of buses that we are going to analyze. Here for the case of Transjakarta, we have 8 typologies based on bus size, battery size, and also the high or low deck buses. And articulated buses, 8-meter buses, and 12-meter buses. And the second one is to identify the charging system. So we have to analyze what kind of charging system is or charging strategy is applicable and suitable for the buses. The parameters are the daily distance traveled, and we compare that to the battery size that we are analyzing. So from this stage, we can see which routes needs overnight charging facilities or fast charging facilities or other charging strategies. For example, they need staging facilities, or do we need to add more buses to the fleets? And the third stage is to group the routes. So we use a spatial analysis to group the routes. So based on the proximity of the routes to each other and the proximity to existing depots, because we use depots, the existing depots as a potential charging facility. And the fourth one is to develop the phase of implementation. As you can see here, we recommended 5 phases of implementation based on the readiness of the technology. So for example, we don't have fast charging facilities to be installed in the near future. So we recommend to electrify routes that needs those charging facility on the later stage, and to start with overnight charging routes. And the other thing is the type of the bus itself. So mostly the electric buses that are available in Indonesia is the single bus type. So articulated buses and electric microbus are still rare. So we recommended them to be implemented in the later stage also. Another thing that we found in our study is that we cannot use the same approach to plan electrification of public transport in every city, because Jakarta is a unique case where they already have a proper formal public transport system in place, while other cities, they do not have it. They only have informal public transportation with unregular routes, irregular operations, no timetable, no schedules in place. And there are additional issues then that have to be tackled first. So we identified several issues based on the electrification stage. So firstly, on the planning stage, without any reliable operational data, so for example, the daily distance or the amount of time they have when they are on transit stations, we could not really plan the charging strategies or battery sizes accurately. We have to have a big buffer for the battery size to accommodate their irregular operations. So that's the first issue that have to be tackled with this informal public transport. And the second one is on the fleet procurement. Of course, this is related to financial capability of the operators, because most of the microbus or other informal transport operators, they don't have the financial capability to buy their own buses, or even good financial recourse to have a loan from banks. So this is one of the main issues, and there is no subsidy mechanism from the government to the informal public transport operators. So the government doesn't have any way to provide any subsidies yet to the informal operators. The third one is the infrastructure provision, because they don't have existing depots. Then they have to acquire land for the charging infrastructure, and this imposes more cost, obviously. And from the operators, from the operations aspect, so again, the irregular operations makes it difficult to plan charging times and also the battery size. And for the maintenance, usually the informal drivers, they conduct the maintenance themselves. But if they shift to electric vehicles, they have the different skill sets that they don't have now. So either that the operators have to have a capacity building on maintaining the vehicles, or they have to provide a maintenance facility in the depot. Therefore, to address those issues, we do not only need electrification plan by itself to electrify this informal public transport, but we have to have a complete public transport reform to support electrification. So firstly, we have to build the basics. So the government, the local government needs to set LOS, the level of service, and also a public transport plan, and also to set up a public transport authority who will manage all the public transport in the city. And the second one is to improve the operators. We should not leave the existing operators behind, because there will be backlash if they are not involved in the reform. So instead of procuring new professional operators, we have to always prioritize the existing operators and build their capacity so that they can provide a good level of service, and to leave nobody behind in this electrification plan. The third one is for the PTA, the Public Transport Authority, to set up operational plan, more detailed operational plan, electrification plan, and also set up contracts and procure the, and finally to procure the contract for the operators that have been improved. So yeah, so as you can see here, public transport electrification goes hand in hand with level of service improvement. And this public transport electrification can also be a momentum to leverage the level of service of the existing public transport in many Indonesian cities. Yeah, I think that's all for me. Sorry if it takes so long. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edsa. It's okay, you covered two modes of transport. So very interesting that you pointed out the part where, you know, the national initiatives are brought down to the local level, no? And there are a different set of policies that could be considered at the local level to further enhance that. There are, also in our experience, and I'm sure it's the same in Indonesia and in Thailand, there are communities and local governments that are already ready to catalyze the local actions, or, you know, undergo some experimentation. No? And which brings us to the next point, the e-micromobility that you pointed out, and ensuring communities' mobility needs are met in the process. And meeting the different stakeholders' needs in the process. That brings us to ensuring that the operators that have been there operating the bus systems are also on board and capacitated in this process. This is also the same challenge in a lot of cities, in making sure that there are no backlash and opposition to this new transition. No? And so I'll move to the next speaker. So if I may invite Dr. Nuwong to move to the podium to talk about the light-duty vehicle policies and all initiatives in Thailand.
Okay, thank you very much, Kate. And also I'd like to thank the organizer for UNEP and also the Global Fuel Economy Initiative, as well as also the Thai participation from all the audience. And and for me, I feel very honored because my first experience to hear the word GFEI date back in 2016. So I think that when we just had like 50 by 50, those kind of initiative, and actually I was fortunate enough that to be brought up by the GIZ consult folks in Thailand. So we have spent about 3 years trying to push forward this fuel economy initiative to be regulated in Thailand. And today I like to share with you some of the experience that we are doing. And also just, I think, touch upon the fact that I think earlier, I think Sheila also mentioned about the fuel quality and also the emission regulation. I just going to talk a bit, just briefly on the update in ASEAN. And also I will just end my presentation with the current UNEP Global E-Mobility, where I'm actually responsible in Thailand. So next, please. So basically, Right. So this is the outline. So I'm just going to go and talk a bit more about the Thailand plan. I think we talked about it earlier this morning that basically how to implement it. It actually had to be synchronized between the top-down policy as well as also the bottom-up from the industry and also many of the organization and the association. And just in time, I think in Thailand, we also, our Prime Minister went to make a commitment in COP26 last year. And as a result of that, we actually doing the revision and also updating our long-term greenhouse gas emission development strategy or LTLEDS, and also we are updating our national determined contribution. I think this morning we heard about how we can actually link this the fuel economy on and some of those benefit that can be also share in the global policy. And also just highlight the three sectors that that have been doing in Thailand, especially on the fuel economy, fuel quality emission, and also as well as the electric vehicle that I think we heard a lot more by Esa just now. Next, please. So this is the plan for Thailand. So if you look in the upper left corner, then we have this 20-year national strategy plan starting in the year 2018 to 2037. And with that, we have the kind of a national economic and social development plan. And we are currently in 2022, we are embarking on the 13th plan now, which is planned for 5 years. And also under that, we have this Thailand integrated energy blueprint. And the reason why I'm highlighting this one is because we're actually linking this fuel economy initiative to this Thailand national plan. And you look on the right side, then we have about 5 plans that are currently undergoing now. And I just want to highlight the second one, which is the EEP, stand for Energy Efficiency Plan. And one of the measures actually has to be responsible by the fuel economy from the car as well as the electric vehicle. And if we look in the lower left corner, of course, with the COVID-19 that we've seen in the past 2 years, then we have to rethink how we can strategize our national plan so that to make sure that not only that we want to push forward this global initiative, but also we need to make sure that those have to be win-win situation with the industry as well as especially with the stimulus plan with the economic recovery. Next, please. So with that, and also with the disruption in Thailand, we have this policy that in response to, I think before COVID-19, Thailand is very much focusing on the fourth industrial revolution that has been, I think, spurred around in the European area. And with that in Thailand, we identified the 4 pillars under the energy disruption. Is on the left-hand side, is EV, which I think we heard about from our Jacob in IEA this morning. And also we cannot avoid, I think this target of this disruption technology will come for electric mobility in the transportation sector. And we have the energy storage system. And that will bring in, I think, the percentage of the renewable energy in our electricity generation plan so that we can answer the carbon neutrality goal in the COP26. And then we have SPP, which is also trying to discretize our power sector generation so that we can actually do not depending on the big infrastructure, which often will be bothering the environment and also not very well accepted by our community. And last but not least, of course, the idea of the smart city and smart grid, that we want to make sure that we can make our infrastructure more flexible. And that also reflecting in the right hand side here, policies of 4D and 1E. And this is 4D stand for digitization, decarbonization, decentralization, and deregulation, so that we can cope up with the new disruptive technology through the electrification of our transportation sector. Next, please. So this is in some detail that basically we have an indicator of our energy efficiency plan. And this is called the energy intensity that's defined by basically how much of the energy you produce divided by the GDP. So with the number, I think you can see on the graph on the left-hand side that we are baseline in the year 2005. And at that time we have this EIS about 8.54, or basically we are trying to reducing the how much energy we are consuming, or we can increasing the GDP. So this ratio has to be decreasing. So far, I think we have been doing on the right target, where we actually improving our efficiency across the board, where you can see on the right hand upper right corner that we have the energy efficiency indicator in the unit of KTOE, kiloton of oil equivalent per billion baht by Thai currency. And we have been actually improving in terms of this efficiency through 4 of the sector. If you look in the lower right corner here, we have the, of course, the industrial sector, commercial sector, residential sector, agricultural sector, and transportation sector. And we have the both of the compulsory measure as well as a voluntary measure. So these are actually some of the target we are trying to follow with also to ensure that we actually achieving the goal that we set in this national energy efficiency plan. Next, please. So that also bring to the last, I think the very recent policy updated in COP26, where Thailand, we actually pledged to be carbon neutral by the year 2050. And also we want to be net zero by the year 2065. Frankly speaking, when I heard of this at the beginning, actually this is a behind the scenes story. Before our PM went to go to the Glasgow, right? Of course, all the ministry, all the researchers are actually doing some calculation. And our proposal would be to have a carbon neutrality in the year 2065. But of course, I think with the global, initiation, also global initiative, our Prime Minister just top down that, we cannot only offer to live in this world without, much contribution. So he actually, I think, with some very sudden change and also some accommodating about the policy, then we actually have come up with the pledge on the year 2050. Next, please. And since then, I think we are revising. Of course, if you look at the Thailand biannual updating report on the upper left corner, you can see like in other country, right? We actually also increasing in terms of greenhouse gas emission. And now, in the year 2050 or about 28 years from now, how can we reduce this one to zero? So that's going to be a very big challenging. And with that also, we have been doing a lot of calculation and assessment. I think in Thailand right now, since COP26 last year, we have, I think, interministerial meeting, especially coming from the Minister of Energy and Minister of Environmental, Natural Resource, Environmental, but in trying to find out how we can actually decarbonize the greenhouse gas emission, especially coming from the energy sector. And also we have to find out how we can absorb the CO2 emission. And that's coming from the natural forest and those kind of the CCUS technology. So this is the latest proposal that actually I was obtained this information just before coming here just early last week. Then this is the plan that we actually going to propose to our cabinet, and we of course with our Prime Minister commitment, we would like to increase our national determined contribution. I think we will reach about 25 without too much problem. But now we're actually trying to strengthen up to 30% or 40%. But this is the scheme that we are coming from. And I just show you some of the final results. But of course, behind this, there are many of the calculations that are coming out from many of the researcher and also the government officer. So by you looking at the lower right corner here, I think we can have the scenario. And also we are trying to decarbonize a lot of our greenhouse gas emission coming from the energy sector. Next, please. And of course, with the trajectory to the year 2050, and this is also how we can also try to find the scenario and how we can actually achieve this carbon neutrality. So if you look on the left-hand side here, and we can see that, of course, we have a lot of the contribution coming from the energy sector, and that is why it has to be reduced quite a bit, and that has to be absorbed by this LULUCF. And for the right-hand side here, this is focusing on the energy sector, where we actually try to reduce that. You can see that the energy in the industry sector in the blue has to be reduced quite a bit, and that's followed by the industry and also the transportation, which also been a very challenging sector in decarbonizing for Thailand. Next, please. So next, I will go in specific from what I just told you, I think about 10 minutes about the Thailand policy in short. And we are coming out in some of the story that we are trying to achieve this one. Next, please. So the first one is actually when I just earlier mentioned that I was involved in the GSF team in Thailand when they are also working with the Office of Transport and Public Policy (OTP) under Ministry of Transport in trying to also implementing this fuel economy initiative in Thailand. So the story goes like this. So in the year 2012 in December, so at the end of the year, then we actually proposing this new scheme for the excise tax for vehicle. Before, as we all know, that we actually levy excise tax basing on the engine size. So if the bigger the engine, then the more fuel you're consuming and the more CO2 you're emitting. But of course, with the technology that we observe in the European market, the engine size are not necessarily mean that the bigger the engine size, you get more power. But you could actually getting more power with the small engine size and also reducing the CO2 emission. So how can we incentivize those industries that actually are producing a good and energy efficiency engine so that they can have the more benefit that can be have a cheaper car to be available in the market. So that's why in December 2012, I think the cabinet approved the change of the excise tax to be calculated from the CO2 emission tailpipe instead of the engine size. But they are not mandating this regulation to be enforced right away. They give them 3 years. So they gave them 2013, 2014, 2015, and they will enforce in the January of 2016, so that industry have enough time to revise or to change the production line. In Thailand, is a bit different from other countries because we actually are automotive hub in ASEAN. We are producing at the maximum 2 million cars per year. And can you imagine 2 million cars? Thank God that not all of them are sold in Bangkok or in Thailand. Otherwise, the traffic jam will be a lot. So more than 50% is actually for export market. Now, the story behind this is that those car companies, they can actually produce very good energy efficiency, very clean vehicle according to the European requirement. But they sold that outside Thailand. Now the government said, like, why do you don't sell those in the country so that Thai people can actually enjoy this vehicle with a good fuel economy and less emission? And the problem is that then we are no tax incentive. So that's why they said, okay, then we make a deal, like we will change the way we tax the CC base to the CO2 base, so that if you can, take some of the technology you're exporting to European market and put it back to the domestic market, we are going to reduce the excise tax for you. So this is the story behind that. And of course, there's some detail on how to change. And also in Thailand, we have a biofuel, we have natural gas or compressed natural gas. And there are many details that trying to make sure that for those cars that are actually better quality in the environment, actually get some tax benefit. And next, please. So this is also the revision, and also I'm highlighting this Euro 5 and B20, which I will touch upon it a bit later, because of in Thailand now, the light-duty vehicle, we are according to the Euro 4 regulation for the emission, and we are having the Euro 4 fuel quality regulation. But also in a few years, I think 3 or 4 years before that, before the COVID, we experiencing the PM 2.5, I think invading Bangkok. So people are afraid, and we have been to wear masks and those kind of things. This is before the COVID. So that's why the government say, okay, we will actually honor those companies that are actually selling Euro 5 emission standard vehicle before the mandate. The mandate is actually on the 2024. So by reducing further the excise tax for that one. So this is and also the EV also coming in place by to reducing the excise tax too. Next, please. So of course, by the idea is good, but the idea doesn't speak the number, right? When the policymaker want to convince the people, say why this is good, people on the opposite side say, oh, we're reducing the excise tax, then you're losing the revenue for the country, because we're producing 2 million vehicles, about 40% are selling in Thailand. And if you do 40% of those vehicles, about let's say maybe 800,000 vehicles multiplied by the excise tax, there's a huge income that the government will get. But if you reduce it, then what's a benefit for the government? So this is why we actually working with GSZ and also with the OTP by trying to show by numbers if the new vehicle that are coming into the market is actually improving into the fuel economy on the average, then that will lead to how much fuel consumption. I think Sundi mentioned earlier, a few percentage improving into the fuel economy in the global south. How would they quantify those benefits? So this is a lot of number, and I just broke down to phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 to show that these 3 years, the car maker don't have to change anything yet because the regulation are not yet enforced. We enforced it in 2016, but they have 3 years to do. Now, if you look on the weight average fuel consumption, you can see the number of vehicles, like you can say in 2013, we have 1.3 million vehicles sold in Bangkok, right? In Thailand, sorry, not in Bangkok. And this is four-wheeler. I'm not talking about two-wheeler. And of course, if you look at the year 2014, there's a bit decreasing. And also the demand is picking up again in the year 2017. But if you do the average of the fuel economy, and this is only possible by what we talk about this morning is a fuel economy labeling, fuel efficiency labeling. If you don't have the labeling, who would never know how much this fuel was, how much this vehicle was consuming. So we do this number, and I want to show, to highlight this dash box. So basically, on the first year, I think you can see that between the year 2015 to 2016, on the first year when this regulation was in place, then we have about 4% improvement on the average of each of the new car. Not only some model, this is on the average, this is weight average by different kind of vehicle. 4% off, I think on the year 2016, we have about 0.8 million vehicle. Each of vehicle are actually better by about 4%. That's a lot of I think you can ask Cynthia to maybe estimating how much that would be in terms of fuel saving. And that of course, when we trying to, if you look at the year 2017, that number is not continuing forever because that's the first time when the CO2-based excise tax was implemented, and that's why all the vehicle manufacturers changed the model. But of course, in the year 2017, then of course not many more vehicle coming into the stock. So and also that's why the improvement are about 0.8%, and also it carry on about 2016 in about 1.6%. So this is kind of number that we need the data. We talked about this morning, how to get the data, how to show this data so that it's transparent and it can be checked, can be verified, and that can be submitted to the media, to the public, so that people know that this is actually better for the community as a whole. Next, please. And this is some graphic representation, people don't, many of the policymakers doesn't like table. So we have to make this graph colorful and things like that. So on the x-axis is basically showing you the vehicle weight. We talk about the curve weight vehicle. And the y-axis showing the fuel consumption in liter of gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometer. So basically, if you look in the upper right corner, this is a heavy vehicle with a poor fuel consumption. So they consume a lot of liter per 100 kilometer. If you look on the lower left corner, then this is a very small vehicle with a very good fuel economy, so it doesn't consume too much fuel. And different colors showing different vehicle classification. And I just picked 2 years, to the year 2013, which is in dashed line, and the year 2018, which is solid line. Now, I think we talked about a bit earlier this morning about people buying more SUV, right? Now, if you want to focus on this SUV, which is very small, I think you can see the reference size about 50,000 units. It's on the lower right corner of the graph. SUV is quite small, of course, because it's very expensive, and at that time in the year 2013, on the average, it weighed about maybe 1.7 ton, and it consumed the fuel consumption maybe almost 9 liters per 100 kilometer. But after this 2016 change excise tax to be based on CO2 emission, what happened? Those circles moved down, and to the left, you can see the blue circle a bit down. And the fuel consumption is actually improving to about almost 7 liters per 100 kilometer. And that partly may be because of the reduction of the vehicle weight and also better fuel, better engine technology. So this kind of thing to show graphically that how the policy can influence the market behavior of the consumer, because of course the consumer see the final price, and if this final price are also modify in term or influenced in terms of the taxes that levy by the government, and this is how we actually can move forward the policy so that it can be win-win situation between the industry because they can sell more cars, and also the government they can push forward the fuel consumption. Next, please. Of course, that story sounds too easy, right? So in Thailand, like many other, I think, country, we have to talk a lot because the fuel consumption idea, story are interpolated in many of the ministry. So I think with the GSS, they help us classify or characterize how we actually, we have to talk to a certain government officer or ministry about information, about physical and about the standard. And next please. So this is just some of the meeting I have. I can tell more than 30 meetings over the past, over that 3 years to make sure that people understand and know the benefit of this. The cost is not much because the cost is only you have pushed forward to be enforced by the government, but the benefit is a lot. But in order to do that, you have to make sure that the industry also see benefit and also the people can get the benefit, and that can be reflecting in terms of this reduce excise tax for the energy efficiency vehicle. Next, please. So, and also with that, GSS take it further to ASEAN fuel economy roadmap. I think we saw it earlier by Sundit already that we trying to push forward, and also of course different countries have a different constraint. So in Thailand we still push forward, but not because of the fuel economy per se now, but we actually we can push forward now by the incoming electric vehicle market, because when you come with the electric vehicle market, then the fuel consumption is actually better if you have the hybrid electric vehicle, plug-in hybrid vehicle, or if you have a battery electric vehicle. Next, please. And this is to show the current eco sticker. I think in Thailand now we have we do mandate for eco sticker to be used by the excise tax determination in the year 2018, and I'm sorry, this will be 2016. Sorry, I missed a typo. And also for the motorcycle, we actually mandated in the year 2020. So now for both four-wheeler and two-wheeler has eco sticker, and this eco sticker are used to collect or to calculate the CO2-based excise tax for the electric vehicle, for the motorcycle also. And also next, and also people ask me, oh, you know, if you're using a BEV, like for example in the upper left corner, you don't have CO2 emission. How do we do this one? So we actually rating by the number of energy consumption. So instead of we have the lower left corner, instead we have the gram of CO2 per kilometer, we just have of course 0 gram of CO2 per kilometer by the BEV, but we have the energy consumption in watt-hour per kilometer as opposed to liter per 100 kilometer. And also we have this pickup, we have also the motorcycle, we have both electric motorcycle and IC motorcycle. Next, please. And in the next two story, I will just go you in quick because I have about 6 minutes left. Next, please. So this is just something to show you about the fuel quality and also emission. This is something that I partly involved in trying to make sure that the fuel quality and emission are actually getting improved in ASEAN country. This information may not be updated, but this is the idea that we are trying to push forward under this mutual recognition agreement for the ASEAN transport working group here. And I think I actually want to, for this roadmap for the fuel quality, basically, I think Brunei, I think you can see the Euro 5, they are already doing better. And of course, in Thailand, we will go as a Euro 5 in the year 2024, I'm sorry, so off the chart here. And we go to next slide. I think this is the year for the harmonization for the emission regulation. I think now, I think Vietnam is doing good because they just mandate the Euro 5 emission for light duty vehicle earlier this year. Next, please. So last but not least, I think I just spent about 5 minutes left then about talking about EV in Thailand. I think Jacob mentioned earlier in the global EV outlook launch. I think Thailand now under the study by the IEA, because we are also working a lot with IEA, and also one of my colleagues is also a peer review for the report for Thailand as well. So the Thailand roadmap for EV are very recent. I think we just have started something up in the year 2017. And also we have BOI, it stands for bottom investment. So we're trying to incentivize the foreign direct investment in terms of manufacturing of the car in Thailand. We don't have a national car, but we actually inviting, Japanese car, European car, American car to come or even Korean car to come and also use Thailand as a production hub. And not until the year 2020 in February, where we actually getting serious. So the cabinet actually the Prime Minister actually set up the National Electric Vehicle Policy Committee, headed by the Deputy Prime Minister. And from that, I think we have many of the target where Jacob has been mentioned earlier, 100% by the year 2035. And you also see a similar, I think, target in the Indonesian as well. Next, please. So this is basically some of the scheme that we have focusing on. We focus on supply side, supply measure, demand measure, infrastructure, and as well as also the testing infrastructure. And also, I think this is very important. We have to look at the end of life vehicle, because we don't want to have this battery as a waste, or as we talked about earlier, as a dumping for the low quality car, for the used car. Next, please. And this is showing you already that there are many of the car manufacturers that are actually agreeing in this investment plan, so that we can, if you sign the deal with the BOI, you basically can be waived in terms of the tax holiday for corporate tax, as well as a reduced import tax for the vehicle unit you want to sell before you can set up the production line. Next, please. And this is a target for we call it ZEV, zero emission vehicle. So we are targeting mainly for the BEV. And as you mentioned, as Jeff have mentioned, that we have the year for the year 2030 to be 30% production, and also the year 2035 to be, I think, ICE free. Next, please. And this is some of the scheme that we are trying to do, and there are some of the many of the infographic that coming to ensure that people understand the upcoming trend of electric vehicle. Next, please. And this is infrastructure that we on the leftmost. It's actually both invested by the national electric company as well as a national oil company, and also other private sector. And in the middle and on the right hand side is actually coming from our national utility company in Thailand. Next, please. And this is a scheme. So we at the first time in history of the EV policy, we have the demand side that we actually direct subsidize, similar to China, similar to Japan, Korea, Germany, that you see in the global EV report. So we start to get subsidized, and with that scheme, I think we almost like what I think Jacob mentioned, right? 150,000 units for 1 year of EVs sold 10 years ago. But now globally, 150,000 units of EVs sold each week. In Thailand, in the past 5 years, we have registration for the electric, this is BEV, electric four-wheeler. And with the new policy, we double that registration by the request or by the order in just a few months ago. Next, please. So, and also for the part about the electric two-wheeler that are under as part of the UNEP Global Electric Mobility. So we also seeing that, I think, as I mentioned a lot about the electric two-wheeler and how two-wheeler is actually maybe more suitable for, I think, for the people in ASEAN, because it's more for lower income, and also we can use, not too fast, and also as a connecting for the first and last mile mobility. So this is also the activity similarly in Thailand, coming from EGAT, which is a national electric company, coming from DHL, which is a global, I think, parcel delivery, and coming from Bangchak, and coming from many other countries, many other company. Next, please. So in the first phase of this electric mobility 2 and 3 wheelers in Thailand, where we are doing with a partnership with UNEP Bird, that is just and going to be transferred to June now. So we are in the first phase. We are actually studying a baseline data, and I want to emphasize baseline data is important. If you don't have a baseline data, how can you show the benefit for implementing any policy in the future? And the government want to see some data, of course, and data is not easy to find. But like we talked, I think earlier, about how we know how many cars are sold in EV and how many kilometers are they using, and how much fuel consumption they're using. Then we try to find this one so that we can do the lower right corner, the trajectory, that if we replacing or changing or shifting our electric mobile, the 2 and 2 wheeler mobility to electric, how much it would save in terms of CO2 emission, and how much it would save in terms of energy consumption. Next, please. And also we are working with the National Electric Company that we are trying to launch this demonstration of the electric motorcycle taxi. So because in Thailand, we use motorcycle as a taxi a lot because it's fast. And also is with the traffic jam in Bangkok, it's very bad. So if you want to get place to place very quickly, then you use a motorcycle. And also with that, we also enforcing the regulation. I think Esther talked a bit earlier about the battery swapping. In Thailand, we have a draft on, it's actually a national standard now where I'm also in the academic committee. We have some draft for now. It may not be perfect, but at least it's a national battery swapping standard so that the electric motorcycle company who want to make business in Bangkok, in Thailand, know that it at least has some certain guideline to follow. And also we see the success in China, we see success in Taiwan, and we think that the battery swapping can be a solution to deal with the range anxiety that, experiencing it with the electric mobility. And I think with that, maybe my last, and also we just had the recent launch in May, earlier May this year. So this is our second phase where we have this cooperation with TELG, which is I think the global e-mobility partnership with the UNEP, and also similar, we're following with the Philippines where they have already 50 units under testing in the Southern Pacific. In Thailand, we're going to have the similar demonstration unit too that are working in the electric, using as a motorcycle taxi. And I just talked to Dr. Kien that also in Vietnam, we're going to follow a similar thing in the timeline later this year. I think so with that, I want to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nuong. It's very interesting to hear about the interactions between the manufacturers and the private sector, no? And the way that they devised or revised the policies in the taxation, for example, no? And how the stakeholder engagement was really strengthened throughout the process. We are hearing from the country experience also. So from our colleagues here and also Sebastian later on. So we encourage you to also raise some questions and remarks on that. But we will go to your questions after we finish all three presenters. So and the last, we will have Sebastian, who is joining us online. So he's going to talk us through ensuring energy efficiency in the bus sector.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen, so please let me know if you can see it well. 1 second. I am not unable to share my screen right now, so maybe. I am still not able to share my screen.
Would we load it up from here? Or he will give us a few minutes, Sebastian, a few seconds.
I think I can present my own screen now, so I think it's going to be easier to do so. I'm just going to go ahead and do so myself. So there you should be seeing my screen.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Perfect. So I think I can go ahead now and start the presentation. Again, thank you very much for the invitation. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there in person, but I'm glad that I can assist virtually and talk to you today about lessons from Chile's urban bus electrification process as one of the examples that we have of improving fuel efficiency in heavy-duty vehicles around the world and promoted by and assisted by the Global Fuel Economy Initiative through the work that we have been doing with UNEP here in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I'm going to quickly give a little bit of an overview of where and what we'll be talking about over the course of the days, because this is the first of several presentations that we'll be making that are focused on the work that we're carrying out here in Latin America and the Caribbean, And today specifically, we're going to be talking about the advances of Chile, and particularly what it has been able to do in terms of electrifying its public transportation sector. So just to give you a little bit of an overview of where we're talking about, we've just seen an overview of heading to Chile and Santiago and where it's located. Santiago is a fairly large city in Latin America. It has over 7 million people that are living there. It's a fairly expansive city with a coverage of over 680 kilometers squared. We have close to 6 million public transportation users daily, and about 3 million, a little bit over 3 million of those trips are conducted by the bus network alone. So that's a very impressive figure to showcase basically that still the majority of the trips carried out in the city are made by public transportation. And in doing so, even though there is a metro system in the city, most of these trips are carried out by the bus network. And within the bus network, it's important to actually also point out why these policies are so important in the city. And as you can see here, the city is surrounded basically by the Andean mountain range and another coastal mountain range. And what this does to the city is that it entraps a lot of the contamination from all the sources, all the polluting sources within the city. And in this sense, transportation is one of the major contributors to these emissions. And hence, what the city has done, and this is one of the lessons that we would like to showcase not only to the Latin American countries viewing this today, but all the other partners in the region, in the world, around the Global Fuel Economy Initiative, is that you can use public transportation as a gateway to clean transportation technologies. And we've seen, as you saw, contamination is a problem in Santiago de Chile, and the public transportation system has been a significant cause or emitter over the years. And there have been a lot of different types of policies that have been placed upon the transportation system to improve its efficiency, but also to reduce other aspects of it or improve other aspects of it to incentivize the use of the public transportation network by the citizens of the city. And we've seen here, this not only has to do with emissions, with controlling emissions, but also in terms of what type of business models and what type of impacts you can have on the transportation system through different regulation and deregulation processes. Now we've seen here, over time, Chile, there was a military dictatorship here until the 1990s, and it was basically a government that was very focused on deregulation. And you can see when this happened, basically the fleet of the public transportation system exploded. But with different regulation policies, we've seen that the size of the fleet reduce over time. And at the same time that the fleet has reduced, Chile has incorporated public transportation, cleaner technologies to the public transportation system. And as I mentioned before, one of the ways that this is done is by prioritizing most stringent emission standards to the public transportation network first before expanding it to other types of vehicles. So for example, Chile was the first, or Santiago de Chile was the first city in Latin America and the Caribbean to establish the Euro 6 emission standards for all fleet renewals in 2018. But just this year, Euro 6 for heavy duty vehicles is going to be implemented in Chile. So there is a phased delay, but the objective here is to be able to integrate these new technologies as swiftly as possible through the public transportation system so that we can enjoy the benefits and co-benefits of these technologies by the public in general. And this has been very successful. We've seen, the transportation of the transformation of the fleet over time, and it's a continuous process, obviously, but a fleet of around 7,000 vehicles right now, we see a composition of basically 30% or a third of that fleet is already soot-free, basically Euro 6 or electric. And that is a huge improvement from, the different technologies that we've seen over the past, where we still have, a little bit less than 10% of the fleet operating still with emission standards that do not have a DPF filter. So this is something that has to be, that is changing very quickly. And a lesson again for all the users and everyone speaking to us is how we can use the public transportation system as a gateway for these cleaner technologies, which have made it so that, most recently in Chile, we've been able to integrate close to 800 electric buses with another 991 on their way by the end of this year. So this is a strong process in terms of being coherent towards electrification, by also demanding that the diesel buses that are continually renewed meet the most stringent emission standards on the market. Again, another lesson that we have, in looking at how we portray or how we look at the advance that we'd have in terms of like electrification of the public transportation network, is highlighting the need and importance of setting electrification goals and also of meeting interim targets. And here, I'm showcasing what Chile has committed to, but you can see here is basically by 2035, all new public transportation vehicles coming through fleet renewal processes have to be electric. And so that goal is made so that by 2040, basically the full fleet of the public transportation system is electric. And this is a very ambitious target to set, and also one where we need to start working on interim targets to make sure that we can achieve those electrification targets. This is one of the things that we have highlighted and has been highlighted before, is the need to make sure that we have fleet-wide electrification strategies for the public transportation systems in order to meet the targets that are being set. Alongside the targets, there are other policies that are also complementary to these efforts that we're going to be talking about over the course of the next few days. I am not going to go into much detail here today in this presentation, but it's also important to note that together with the interim targets that, for example, Chile has set for electrification of its medium, heavy duty and public transit vehicles in particular, we have another set of policies that incentivize fuel efficiency, such as the newly enacted energy efficiency law in Chile, which will mandate fuel economy standards for light, medium, and heavy duty vehicles over the course of the next few years. So this is another way that we can promote, more efficient vehicles coming into the market, but also the process of electrification. As by setting these standards, we will also need to set certain sales quotas or certain sales interim targets to be able to meet, the full targets by the 2035 deadline that we mentioned previously. And one of the ways in which we can also help and incentivize these fleet-wide transformations is by developing fleet-wide electrification strategies. And this is something that we've been doing in Santiago with the help of the GFEI initiative and other partners, which basically, I'm not going to go into much detail here in terms of the methodologies that we're using, but basically we're doing virtual simulations of electric bus operations on the different routes of each city in order to be able to determine which are the routes that have the most potential for electrification. And this allows the city to plan electrification strategies around the most technical and economically viable routes to be electrified on the one end, but also plans for their electrification over the course of the next few years in order to meet the deadlines that we highlighted previously. So it's very important to be able to do this, but to do so, to be able to develop these strategies, we also need to develop testing tools that help us reduce asymmetries of information regarding the new technologies that are coming into the market. And one of the ways that we have done so here in Chile is by developing our own energy consumption protocol for urban buses. And this is a first in the region. This is not very common. And I doubt that many of the cities in the global south participating in this discussion today have a similar experience. But this is very interesting, a lesson and also recommendations in terms of what cities can pursue. But one of the things that we did is that, in order to meet fuel economy and energy consumption protocols that are established, bus manufacturers tweak their buses to be able to meet these protocols and these standards as they do for light duty vehicles and any other vehicle as well. However, in the case of Santiago, previous to the current tenders, the energy consumption protocols were basically based on different performance cycles, such as Brunswick performance cycle, or also, the sort cycle, which is maybe more commonly used by other cities in the region. However, one of the issues that we had with using those cycles was that they were not tests that were representative from the stringent conditions that urban buses are submitted to in Santiago, and hence, that lack of representation could hinder the introduction of certain buses into the network, or also reduce the technical capacities of these buses to meet the operational demands of the system. So in order to be able to reduce those asymmetries of information regarding those potential operational deficiencies that these buses had, we developed an urban cycle that represents the driving patterns, basically, of the urban bus system in Santiago de Chile. And this protocol is now used to determine the energy consumption of all buses that are sold in the network. So now, basically, what we have here is we have a database of all new buses that are coming into the network, and we have energy consumption that is based on the Santiago cycle. And this consumption protocols are for all buses, for battery electric buses, but also for diesel buses. But in terms of the battery electric buses that I'm showcasing right now here on this presentation, we've seen that the market over time has become very competitive. We know we have a range of buses that are now type approved to be able to operate in Santiago de Chile. But interestingly as well, we have the consumption and the range and the efficiency measures for these buses based on the Santiago protocol per charge for these electric buses. So this is really interesting to look at for a second, because if we look at, the energy consumption and the range parameters in particular, these range parameters are in essence much lower than what we sometimes hear manufacturers represent in terms of the capacity that their buses have to meet different driving protocols. And what we see here in Santiago in particular, we see, the stringent travel demands and operational conditions of the buses make it so that, energy consumption is higher, range is lower, and efficiency is lower than with other types of testing protocols. Even so, these buses continue to be exceedingly more efficient than any other diesel bus that has been tested on the network. However, what we want to do is reduce these asymmetries of information by developing these types of tools to be able to plan the electrification process for the public transportation system accordingly. One way that we can do that is through these different types of tests that we've developed. Another way of approaching this is also by developing different types of bus pilot projects. And this is something that we've done in Santiago since 2013 with electric buses. We're showcasing right now a range of different buses that have been tested in the city. We go from smaller 9-meter buses to 12-meter buses to 18-meter articulated buses that have been tested in the city. We have a range of manufacturers, from European manufacturers to Chinese manufacturers, in terms of electric buses that are still dominating the network. And the most important here to highlight is that, while we're developing pilots, we need to make sure that these pilots are tracking the key performance indicators that are essential to be able to develop the tools that we need to properly judge or be able to evaluate technical and operational parameters and economic parameters for the electrification of the public transportation system, but also make sure that these pilots are accompanied by strong learning regimes with the transport personnel who are ultimately the ones that are involved in everyday operations. And this not only has to do with drivers, but it has to do with everyone that is involved in this ecosystem of electrification of the public transportation system. So this is a very important lesson to learn because we need to build up the capacity of operators and everyone that is participating in the system. And technology improvements is one way that we can carry out these improvements as well. Another way of doing so is by incentivizing public-private partnerships that can promote the successful introduction of innovative business models into the public transportation system. And this is, one of the things that we've seen stand out in terms of what has happened in Santiago, in terms of its urban bus operations. We've seen, different companies come together to work together to build business models that can prove successful in terms of the electrification of the public transportation system, but also open up the possibility to partner between the public and the private sectors to improve this energy performance in the public transportation system. And one example of this, it's one example of various that have happened in the country. So this is just, as I mentioned, again, this is one. I'm just, we've studied this in more detail, but there are definitely different experiences with different fleet providers, different energy providers, and different operators. But in this case, I'm going to showcase the experience of Metbus, which is one of the largest operators in the public transportation system of Santiago. This is a private operator that operates a fleet of around 700 buses here in Santiago de Chile. And Alex is an Italian utility company, but it is also the distribution company for electricity in Santiago de Chile. And finally, we have BYD, which is an electric bus manufacturer that is present here in the country, as it is in many countries around the world. And what these companies did together with the public transportation authority, which in the case of Santiago is the Ministry of Transportation of Chile, is develop a business model based around leasing, that allowed the introduction of the first 100 electric buses into the system, into the public transportation system in Santiago. And this was done in 2018 after a short pilot of 1 year done with 2 electric buses from, the same OEM. What happened is that during that process, a lot of learnings took place, but basically, we were able to see that there was, there was an economic incentive for electrification if we were able to conduct this business model between the different parties involved. And this is basically the structure of the business model that is in place right now, and that was then soon replicated by a number of different actors to spur the electrification of the public transportation system in the first few years that this took place in Santiago. And basically what we have here, is the different actors that are involved. We have here the national government and the transportation authority that finances the system through subsidies. The public transportation system of Santiago is subsidized heavily, as most public transportation systems are. They receive a subsidy that covers basically around 50% of all operational costs for the system. And these subsidies are then distributed to the operators in the system. However, here, this is what is really interesting, right? So we have the national government here that has subsidies and has different payments that has to be passed on to the operator. We have a leasing, a concession contract basically between the transportation authority and the bus operation that basically ensures that the bus operator has to meet operational requirements for the system. We have a financial administration agency here that collects the subsidies, but also fare collections from the system, and then distributes payments to the bus operators for the services that it is providing to the transportation authority. Now, with this new business model, what has been allowed is basically the entrance of these other two parties into the system. And what we have here, we have NLX, which is a utility company. And the utility company, basically what it has a leasing contract with the operator that encompasses both the buses and the chargers, right? As well as the payment for electricity for these operations. And on the other hand, we have a contract with the operator here, with the bus manufacturer over here, and the operator for maintenance of the vehicles themselves, right? So we have the bus operator that has a contract, one for the leasing of the buses and the chargers with a utility company, and has another contract here with the operator, with the OEM, to make sure that they're servicing those vehicles. In turn, the utility company buys the buses and the chargers from the OEM, and in turn receives payment from the financial administration agency. That what it does is that it pays NLX, the utility company, directly, and from the payments that were going to be made to the operator. So it deducts the payments that Metbus would make to the utility for the buses and the chargers directly from the subsidies and the fare collection system from the system. So this allows for the entrance of these new actors into the market and a new way to finance the fleet purchases of different types of buses to the system, but in this case in particular, electric buses. So this is a very interesting way that a business model was developed to be able to spur these technology transformations in the public transportation system. However, these processes were done outside of fleet renewal contracts. So basically what happened is that there was an opportunity to incorporate new buses into the public transportation system and fleet in Santiago. And this business model was developed to be able to do so. However, fleet renewal processes that were carried out subsequently tweaked this business model and were able to consolidate, this business model for the incorporation of new technologies. And that is, the final lesson that we're going to be talking about here in terms of what Santiago has been able to do to consolidate new technologies in their fleet renewal processes for the public transportation system. And it's that, within these processes for fleet renewals, we can innovate, one, not only in terms of technologies, but also in terms of, the models that govern, the public transportation system itself, but also use this as a way to consolidate new technologies. And so what we saw in Santiago in the past year happen was that we moved from this business model where we had, the public transportation authority basically having a contract with the bus operator, that the bus operator in turn owned their bus depots and their fleet, and they were granted, contracts for 10 years or plus for a total of around 1,000 buses. So we have Metbus here, for example. Here we have Metbus that we were talking about previously. It has around 17% of the fleet, which corresponds to around 910 vehicles operating in the market, right? It has around 49 routes in the system. However, what happened with this business model is that we had one firm in particular, this firm here, went bankrupt. And the moment that this firm went bankrupt, 759 buses had to come out of the public transportation system. And what this does is that it creates a system that is too big to fail. And so what happened here is that, one, the moment that these buses needed to be replaced, the government took the opportunity to develop the business models that we showcased previously. Hence, it allowed Metbus, in this case, to substitute the previous, those new buses that I had to replace with this existing business model. However, what it also did is it said this business model for the entire public transportation system in Chile, in Santiago, needs to change. This needs to change because the system is making it so that if one operator goes bankrupt, it puts the whole system in jeopardy. And so what happened is that over the course of the last 2 years, this new business model has been worked on that basically replaces the old one and then creates added incentives for fleet transformation, but also to consolidate the business model that we showcased previously. And so now the business model that is currently in place in Santiago starting this year is the following. One where we have the Public Transportation Authority that in this case has 2 different contracts. One, it has a contract with bus operators, and 2, it has a contract with fleet providers. And so what it does here is that it splits it also splits the risk also of these operations by one, having fleet providers provide fleet. Their only provision here is to provide fleet, and that actor can be, different sorts of actors can play this role. It could be an LX, it could be a utility company, it can be an OEM, it could be a partnership between utility companies and OEMs, it could be OEMs and banks, it could be any sort of different sort of partnership that can be established to provide fleets for the system. And on the other hand, it has a contract with bus operators whose role is to limit itself to the operation of the system. And these operators, and this is a very significant change, are provided with the bus depots. So in this case, the ministry is expropriating the bus depots, and hence it owns all the bus terminals for these operations and provides leasings and leases these bus depots to the operators for the operation of the system, right? So this creates different dynamics so that, for example, if a bus operator were to go bankrupt, the bus terminals and the buses would remain within the purview of the transportation authority, and the only thing that would have to change is the bus operator, which in this new case also has shorter term contracts. They're no longer for 10 years, but only up to 5 years, or 7 years extendable to another 7 if they are operating with an electric bus fleet. So this also changes the dynamics and the incentives to incorporate electric drive by providing bus operators with longer contracts for that type of technology, but also fleet providers with longer term contracts for electric buses as well. So, So this is, one of the ways that we're incentivizing electric buses into the system, even though the tenders are currently, or the last tender at least, was one that included both diesel and electric technology. Hence, the bus operator here has a choice to operate with either diesel buses or electric buses, depending on the sort of system they want to choose for their operations. And so what this does is it separates investment from operation, which reduces a lot of, or this better distributes a lot of the risk, operational and financial, to the system. It facilitates operational continuity by decreasing the business model size from around 1,000 buses to around 400 buses, but also reduces the length of the contracts to be able to promote more competitive bidding and improve fleet standards, but also it promotes sustainable technologies by providing these incentives for electric bus operations while reducing the system costs. So, together with these innovations, a number of other things were worked on that are very interesting, but I will not spend too much time talking about, giving the time of intervention today. But these are interesting things to talk about. In particular, for example, in our area, all the electric provision contracts for the electric bus fleet have to be based on renewable sources for example, so that we can ensure that the life cycle analysis of these buses is made purely with renewable energy sources. But there's other provisions here, including, for example, gender provisions that are very interesting to look at. So just to recap, we have a number of lessons that we've learned from electric bus electrification processes in terms of how to promote HDB efficiency through this partnership, in particular here in Latin America and the Caribbean, where, in the case of Santiago, we've seen how the city has used public transportation as a gateway to new technologies. It's set electrification goals and interim targets that allow the country to meet basically these challenges. And it also has developed tools to reduce asymmetries of information to be able to properly plan for the introduction of these new technologies by also working with public and private partnerships, right? So this is essential, or this has proved essential, at least in the case of Santiago, to be able to spur innovation in terms of business models, but also new technologies, which have been finally consolidated with the most recent fleet renewal processes. So just that as a recap for the presentation, and again, some final takeaways in terms of conclusions for the session. We've seen that battery electric buses have great potential for electrification, particularly in emerging cities, where we have strong planning and enabling environments that can accompany these processes. And these are not only limited to, business model innovation or lessons from, different sort of testing regimes, et cetera, but it also has to do with policy innovations, a focus on public transportation, which has a number of other positive externalities. We haven't talked too much here in this presentation regarding emission reductions and co-benefits, but these are certainly extensive. And again, the goals that enable strong planning and enabling environments for these technologies are essential in order to meet the electrification challenges that we've set for our countries and cities. Again, thank you very much for your time. And with this, I close my presentation that we'll be sharing with the audience today. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. So one of the common questions that we also often receive really in this discussion on e-mobility transition is on the business model. And financing was one of the things that we touched on this morning. And with the new technologies and e-mobility and linking that with renewable technologies, for sure requires us to explore innovations in the business model and financing. I understand also in Thailand, you're also looking at this or having a deep dive on the business model, no?
Right. I think thanks very much, Sebastian. I think I very much enjoy your presentation. I think in Thailand, what I can share is that currently as well, I think I just present only focusing on some of the four-wheeler, but in the sector of public transportation, I think especially the bus in Thailand, we also now trying to revolutionize our public bus in Bangkok as well. I think of course one of the near-term solution which will be electric bus, but of course we are facing many of the questions coming from the authority as well as the regulator regarding the investment plan. I think we have another project also ongoing, I think in partnership with GIZ as well in looking in financial model regarding the two-wheelers, three-wheelers in Thailand, and also with the public bus. I think I would very much like to maybe get in touch and exchange our idea, and also maybe can learn from the Santiago model, especially I think in the last presentation when you're talking about the how to change I think the business over the electric bus model, right? I think that would be very nice. And also I think in your discussion about doing this Santiago driving cycle, I think I can share with you in Bangkok also, because we are very unique. We have the traffic jam a lot, so we also having our own Bangkok driving cycle too. And currently another project that we're involving in that is trying to test the real, well, not the so-called not the real world fuel consumption, but actually the real emission that actually experiencing in Bangkok in the metropolitan both in the sector of bus, truck, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, and we're looking at that as a function of the age of the vehicle as well, because in Thailand, the average age of the light-duty vehicle is 10 years, and the bus is 20 years. So I think we're trying to see the current baseline information and trying to forecast that if we change this to electric vehicle, then this much benefit will be, I think, affecting the community and as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anil. Perhaps we could welcome a few questions from the floor. And please state also to whom you're addressing your questions to. Yes, we should start with this one and then I'll go to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Janvier from Rwanda. I have a number of questions that I am going to ask, just two. The presenter from Indonesia, IDDP. You say that we have seen that we have in Indonesia, we have a number of incentives, which some of them are at the central level, others at the local government. It's a good initiative, but I was wondering, are those initiatives time bound or just open? Can it be reviewed at any time to just change the direction? That is one. Then second, when I saw the number of two-wheelers and three-wheelers, it's huge. And I wonder how you survive with the traffic jam. So I'm saying that because we have a number of discussions ongoing, whereby we want to restrict some of those three-wheelers and two-wheelers on some trunk roads. I don't know how you do it, but it will be good to hear that, to hear how you are coping with that, because that is a very tough situation in areas, especially in areas where land scarcity is a problem, like in my home country. Again, on buses, you mentioned that you have about a pilot that is ongoing of about 30 buses. Are those buses owned by the Public Transport Authority? Are they owned by the operators? If they are owned by the operators, what is the role of government? Are they incentivizing how? In operations, I don't know, you will tell us. Again, the charging infrastructure for these buses. You highlighted that some of them are in depot where they use overnight charging, and the others are along the routes. Who own the charging infrastructures? Especially those that are along the routes for the opportunity charging. Those are few of my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just answer? Okay, thank you for the questions. Maybe I'll just try to answer one by one and maybe ask you about to repeat the question if I forget something. So firstly, regarding the national and local policies, yes, some of them are time bound. So for example, the exemption for import tax, it is time bound to certain year where the government is targeting the domestic industry to already have been developed. So they only allow imports to certain year, then they are going to push the domestic markets. That's the first one. And I think related to that question, whether the regulations or incentives will change with new elections. Yeah, some of them can be changed by new governor or, for example, new authorities when they are in place. But the case here in Indonesia, we have several types of regulations. So, for example, a local regulation, they need the approval of the House of Representatives to be changed. and therefore a new governor cannot just want it to change and it will change. But another type of regulation is the governor's regulations. That one can be changed more easily by the next governor. And for example, the parking fee, fares, or what else? For example, the upcoming other push policies, it is usually on the local regulation type, so that it is bound and cannot easily be changed by other authorities in the next year of authority. And regarding the many motorcycles, yes, we are barely coping with it too. And therefore, this is one big homework for us from the technical advisor party and also the government to collaborate together. So right now, Jakarta is mostly employing both push and pull policies to control the vehicles. For example, for the pull policies, they are making many improvements in public transport. So opening new lines and integrating the microbus operations to the bigger bus system. So it is become more reliable. Starting pilot bike sharing system to promote cycling and also protected cycling lanes. They are developing them in our city. So it's actually has been, I'm not sure, but around 50 kilometers of new cycling lanes in the city opened in the last year. So that's one of the efforts. And for the other side, the push policies, they are currently developing a new parking fee for the vehicle. So right now, you can just pay around $50 for an hour to park on public or private parking lots, for example, on malls or offices. But they want to increase that up to 10 times to control the vehicles, because if you use motorcycles or you use cars, the thing that is inevitable is you have to find a parking space. And if parking space is restricted, limited, and also maybe posing additional costs for you, then you might think twice to bring your motorcycles to your city. So that's several initiatives to control the motorcycles as well as the other cars. And then for the pilot 30 buses, currently it is owned by one big bus operator. So we have several bus operators in Jakarta with different financial capacities. And this one actually have one of the biggest financial capacity, and they are able to finance their own 30 buses for the pilot. The depots are also currently, the charging infrastructure are currently also operated and owned by them. But yeah, the thing is with that business model, scaling up of the e-bus initiative will be difficult because not all operators have the same financial capacity. And that's why we learn a lot from Chile and also from China for the business models, innovative business model that we can apply. But the challenge is, well, not only from the regulations, we have several limiting regulations to change the business model, and we are currently in the process to align those regulations to support the business model, but also from the parties. For example, maybe the business model or financing model is not attractive enough for now for example, the utility company to take place in the business model. So that is one thing that should be improved by the, for example, one of them is by the government. So the government here in Jakarta, especially, they have subsidized for the public transport operations in the city. So they use a gross cost contract to pay the operators. So they pay the operators on a fee kilometer basis. They calculate the fee based on the capital expense, operational expense, etc. So the fee for electric buses is higher than the ICE buses. And that is one of the government support on that electrification initiatives. And for the charging facilities on the routes, actually we have not had them in Jakarta. So that is one step further from what we have now. So the next implementation stages. But it is actually a good question because we are still on dispute whether the charging infrastructure will be owned or operated by the operator, sorry, maybe not the operator, but the public transport authority who manage the operators, or it can be owned by the, for example, private charging infrastructure provider. But the issue is if if a private charging operators own the en route charging, then they have to undergo several procedures, because it will be built on government property. For example, on sidewalks, it is a government property. So they have certain procedures for private party to utilize a government asset. And this might be a challenge in the future. Do I answer your question?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Edsa. And then we also have another question, I believe, from that side.
Yes, thank you. My name is Daniel from Ministry of Transport, Republic of Ghana. I've listened to the presentation, but I believe Jeff Rep is here. Following through the discussions, it looks as if within these countries, there's general policy support for the shifting to cleaner fuels, fuel economy, EVs. But within our context, we are now trying to build that support. The question has been, do we approach it from the environment point of view, or look at the economics of it? Vis-a-vis, we depend mainly on revenues from our fuels. In fact, our fuels is one of the heavily taxed area where government generate revenue. So any issue of fuel economy, e-mobility and all that has direct impact on government revenue. The discussion, how do we then approach it from that economic point of view, where government will see that, yes, I can transition without losing that much from the revenue I'm making. This is practically our problem. How do we generate evidence to support this economic argument? And I think it's where Jeff comes in terms of helping countries to build that argument to make a case, especially technocrats like ourselves. We need to be able to convince our politicians that this is the way to go. And this is where I see some support from partners that maybe the question is not to you specifically, but to Jeff, if that kind of leverage that countries who are going through these initial stages can rely on to kind of generate that argument to support the shift. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps we could check with Sebastian if you would like to start us off on that one, because I believe that Chile also has an interesting case on the taxation and also ensuring the balancing the economic and the environmental agenda.
Sure. I can mention one my view as well in general on how to approach this, but also the experience of Chile in relation to the case study that I showcased, right? So one, I think both approaches are necessary. I think a methodology that includes also the climate benefits and most importantly, the co-benefits of these policies is very important, because when we talk about co-benefits, we can start to look at the opportunity cost basically of what it entails when we try to reduce emissions, and what are the other costs that we're saving on. which in essence are health costs, which can be very, very expensive. So I think that approach is something that is substantial. And for all policies here in Chile, we, and in most countries, we have to be able to provide analysis or an evaluation that both suggest that it is economically viable from one end, but also that it reduces the impacts or the negative externalities that the sector may have. So that's one perspective. On the other hand, we look at the types of incentives that are in place to promote these types of technologies. And I think the case of Chile, and in particular of the bus electrification process, is very interesting because it does not include any sort of subsidies per se for electric buses. Yes, the public transportation system is subsidized, but it is subsidized as a whole. There's no differentiation made between technologies. The only inclusions or incentives that we could say that are incentives basically are provisions within the fleet renewal contract that basically it's a point system, it's an evaluation based on points. And there's extra points made for efficiency, for example, and the length of contracts is changed based on vehicle technology. Those are the only two incentives or direct incentives that electric buses had within the tender. And basically operators had the choice to choose diesel or electric based on those, just on those attributes. And what we've seen, the outcome of that choice of telling operators, choose whatever you want, is basically 50% of the fleet is now their choice was, we want a mix of 50-50. 50% electric, 50% diesel. Or we can look at it as such, or we can say, actually, we want to electrify all our smaller buses, all our 10-meter buses and our 12-meter buses, but we're going to wait to see how we electrify our 18-meter articular buses, because those are a little bit more difficult. And that's basically what we've seen happen. So I think those are some takeaways in terms of what we've seen. The approaches that have worked here are, from one end focused on, I think the economic aspects are crucial, because if you can't prove that this is economically viable, it'll be very hard for you to push these transformations at scale, because for a pilot, okay, maybe you can lose money, but not if you want to change the whole system. From one aspect, but also include, the emissions provisions and what are the co-benefits of doing so as well. And on the other hand is that, you can find ways to incentivize technological transformations without relying solely on subsidies or trying to, provide specific benefits, economic benefits to a technology. There's other provisions, there's other ways that you can use to tweak contracts that could make these already viable, as the case that we saw in Chile has already proved.
Thank you, Sebastian. And also, I think in Thailand also, no, the all of the initiatives that you also have mentioned, they're very much anchored on the climate change agenda of the government, no? Do you want to? Okay. You have. All right. You can make some more.
Yeah, adding to what Sebastian has said, maybe in the case of Indonesia, the government is tying the electrification initiatives to domestic industry development initiatives. So they are using this momentum of shifting to electric vehicles to boost the domestic EV production, because the ICE vehicles, we are already heavily dependent to imported brands or models. And this is one thing they are using to justify their initiatives and support to electric vehicles. And the second one that are often used to justify the case is by the reduction of fuel subsidy. So I'm not sure about the other countries, but Indonesia, we still import some fuels, especially gasolines, and also subsidizing it to some points. And calculations of fuel subsidy reductions and fuel import reductions is one of the things that can be used to show the economics benefits. The other thing is the health benefits. Just as Bastian has said, is one of the co-benefits. And the government actually have this national insurance program. So by the reduction of health related issues, then it will reduce the cost that the government bear on the insurance. The last one is to use the surplus electricity supply. So here in Indonesia, we still have 30% reserve of electricity power that is not used on daily basis. So they wanted to use these electrification initiatives to they say that they would like to use the electricity more efficiently. But we have to note that these arguments of electricity usage needs to be accompanied by cleaner grid initiatives, because I have to be honest that our grid in Indonesia is still carbon intensive. And this is one of the homework that we have to do back in our country to make the grid cleaner. Thank you.
Thank you, Edsa. Do we have any more questions on the floor? Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm Paul Cabrera from ECI. So my question is for both Thailand and Chile. Do you guys have a scrappage policy for the old vehicles, for the petrol and diesel engines? Because as you're producing more electric vehicles in Thailand especially, then what are you also doing about the already existing old vehicles? Like, how will you be able to environmentally get rid of them?
Okay, I can take the question first. So basically, right now, as I mentioned, I think for the EV initiative and campaign, we also looking at an end-of-life vehicle as well. So we are now trying, and another study that we involved with is also looking in the end-of-life vehicle scrapping page, and also focusing on not only the battery, but also in the photovoltaic, which is another industry that we are working with as well. And just for information, also in Thailand, we do not allow import of the used car anymore, because we have a certain policy to try to screen, those maybe poor quality of the vehicle, and by then trying to make sure that it's not like a scrappage problem. And in the future, I think we are trying to make this into the current vehicle mix so that we can have a better emission regulated vehicle on the road. Thank you.
And we go to the next country. Sebastian. Yeah, Sebastian.
Sorry, excuse me. Could you repeat the question so I can answer appropriately?
Okay, so my question was, do you have a scrappage policy on your already existing old vehicles, like the old buses with the petrol and diesel engines? What are you doing about that as you move towards electric?
Yeah, so I think this is also a very important point to make, because what are you going to do with the buses once they're off the road? If they go to a different city, you're not really solving any issues. So yes, a scrappage program is in place for all buses from the urban transportation system. I think our colleague from Thailand mentioned, the age provisions that we have for the buses, and that this is something that has to be tweaked as well. In the case of Santiago, of the capital city in Chile, it's 10 years for a diesel bus and 14 years for an electric bus. That's the age limit. But for example, outside of Santiago, a diesel bus can be up to 18 years of age. And so, this creates a dynamic where potentially some of the buses in Santiago could move to other cities in the region for the remainder of their lifetime. This could happen. However, it doesn't really, but this has to do more than anything because of the types of the vehicles. Outside of Santiago, there's basically no 12-meter or 18-meter buses. But just to go back to the essence of your question, yes, a scrappage system exists, and something that has to be looked at, or something that I suggest that everyone looks at, is the age of, or the maximum age of the vehicles in place to be able to ensure that there's a fleet renewal with the cleanest technologies as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time anymore to accommodate more questions, but I encourage you to hold on to them. There's day 2 and day 3 for our Q&A and then the discussion. And of course, we encourage peer-to-peer discussions during the break. So today we heard about the challenges and opportunities. We got a glimpse, we got introduced to the different regions and different modes of transport. Now, so tomorrow we'll hear more from the different regions and about the different initiatives that they have. And tomorrow also Juan Esteban is going to guide us through the day as our host and our MC and as our moderator. So with that, we would like to conclude the day 1 of the workshop. And thank you for your interventions and the discussion and our questions and remarks. And we hope that we still have more engagement and more interactive discussion in the days to come. So with that, I'd like to thank you, everyone, and have a good afternoon, good evening.
Tomorrow we start the same time at 9:30. So looking forward to seeing you.